It is early morning. Um, yeah, I don't like monologuing, honestly. It's not my thing. Um, and so there's a lot that we could talk about. Lance, yo, how you doing?
Morning, Jacob.
And correct, Antonio, my brain does not work at these hours, but I was up and I haven't streamed much lately because I haven't streamed much lately because of all the Jewish holidays, and there's lots of news and lots of stuff to talk about. So I figured I would stream be up until
How
uh,
was your holiday season?
the Bible study. The what?
How was it? Good time with family and good
Yeah,
services.
it's. I mean, it's been good. It's been good. Yeah, friends, family, but I usually end up back at USC, where I went to school,
Mhm.
and the rabbi there, and they just opened up the renovated building, which had been under renovations for many years, and it's finally done. Um, and it's beautiful, and it was very nice to see how well everything's going over there. Um, yeah, things. I mean, things are good.
So I have a
I
question, Jacob. Are you seeing USC? It's
yeah.
there.
Mm,
I can tangibly see it with my own eyes at my church. Young people coming in. Okay, I'm introducing them. A lot of times they've watched Peugeot or
right.
someone like that, and that's why they're there. YouTube is bringing a lot of these young people in, men or women, a lot of young men. So I'm seeing that in my real life. Like it's not some anecdote. Are you seeing in the same age? Are you seeing? Are there more? Are there younger Jewish people coming back? You're in California, so it's a little bit different, but still, that's where you're also feeling the most kind of weirdness. Like for USC, would they see temple attendance go up amongst 20 somethings?
Well, see, that's the thing. Honestly, my guess is most of the type of people who would be affected by a Jordan Peterson thing would end up going to a place like Hillel, which is non-denominational,
Okay.
supposedly non-denominational, but non-denominational generally means all the denominations other than Orthodox, even though they try to include Orthodox. Um, but I mean, do people talk about Jonathan Pajot? Definitely. Do I think the Chabad? Have I been seeing people at Chabad more because of it? I wouldn't say
Yeah.
it's noticeable, but part of that is also, I mean, Jews who've been secularized. Did you watch Sam's videos on therapeutic moral?
I watched both of them. I tried to get my adult children to watch it.
Yeah. Well, increasingly, so Kalaniman says, aren't half the Hillels run by Chabadskers? Um, Increasingly, and a good Moyed, yes. That just means happy holidays. Um, we are in the middle of the Festival of Booths right now, but only the first 2 days and the last 2 days are official high holidays. There, it's worse than that, RJ. He's not Chabad. He's Satmar, and he's on YouTube and Twitter. Um, Sorry, my brain really does not work at this hour. Yes, lots and lots of synagogues like Hillel are in fact turning towards Chabad for their non-denominationals. Um, So the synagogue attack that was in Manchester, was it in on Yom Kippur? So the synagogue wasn't a Chabad synagogue. The rabbi was a Chabad rabbi. So that's been happening, but that's partially because Reform and conservative seminaries, they haven't been able to get students. They've been having trouble finding students. Not that there isn't enough. Not that there isn't enough demand for rabbis, and even, I mean, the rabbinate has pretty much become all female, and I think most places are still willing to take female rabbis, but yeah, Chabad rabbis. Um, I, I don't know how much I'm actually engaging with stuff you're interested in, Lance.
No, I'm totally fine with that. I'm always curious, and I knew it wouldn't be Pajot, but I was just wondering of this move with young people. So, for example, kids growing up in an Orthodox Jewish home, I would assume more of them would remain faithful to the faith than more progressive or secularized, the same way you would see in nominal Christianity or whatever, or progressive Christians. Most of their kids are leaving the faith.
Well,
I just,
yeah, there is definitely a higher retention rate in Orthodoxy. That's why Orthodox Judaism has been growing so much faster than the other ones.
Just hanging on to their kids.
Yeah,
their kids.
Yeah, and having lots and lots of kids.
Right.
Chag Sameach, Chezi. Hope everything is well. Looking forward to the good news. Apparently, we can hope for the hostages to be open by to be back by Monday. That's the last I've heard.
That's what I wanted to jump on and talk to you about. I will say this, but I want to get into it because I looked over at some foreign different news sources or whatever, because I'm always skeptical of what I'm hearing. It does appear that there's an attempt that this is a thing they're trying to do, like they're actually trying to accomplish this. Is that your understanding, Jacob?
Yeah, I mean, there seems to have been a lot of. Okay, before we get on to this, let me finish up the other one. What tends to happen is that Reform and conservative synagogues, rarely do you have a second, third, fourth generation Reform conservative person.
Okay.
What happens is Orthodox Jews leave Orthodoxy, start attending Reform and conservative synagogues, and then, so the joke is, what's the difference between Donald Trump and a Reform rabbi? Donald Trump has Jewish grandchildren. And that is a joke that gets told in Jewish community.
Okay.
So, yeah, like I think of Reform and conservative as off ramps to Judaism, and so this is a story that's been going on for a long time. There's a famous essay by the former president of the Rabbinical Assembly of Reform Judaism, Rabbi Yaffe, his name is, where he wrote this essay and he just got pilloried for it forever and 2 days about how his son doesn't consider himself Jewish and his daughter has become Orthodox, but he still thinks that he did a good job as a Reform rabbi. And it's like, what don't you understand? Like, as far as Judaism goes, if your kids end up not being, like, if you're not instilling your values in your kids, you're not working. So, yeah, but the reverse is also true. So many Orthodox Jews, people who end up converting Orthodox, started with I know several people who converted to Judaism Reform, then Conservative, then Orthodox. So all of that happens. I remember someone telling me we don't have female priests because otherwise we'd have 0 male priests, and coming from the Episcopal Church. Yeah, I mean, from everything when you open up the priesthood to women, yeah, something Lador Vador, exactly. Sinai Synagogue has Lador Vador, which means from generation to generation, like emblazoned on the front of the synagogue. There are 0 third generation Sinai members. That's where David Wolpe's the rabbi. I don't know. I don't see people who are leaving Orthodoxy joining any other streams. They mostly just leave and have some attachment to the Orthodox community when they want to participate. Colonimus, this is very, very new. This is a result actually of Chabad. It used to not be the case 20 years ago even. And I think you might be seeing certain communities, especially with modern Orthodox, you do get people taking off ramps with Reform and thing. Yoav is in Romania because, of course, whenever there's high holidays, Tel Aviv empties out because all of that's when the secular Zionists decide to leave Israel is for the high holidays. Don't ask me why. Okay. As far as the peace treaty, I considered writing something up and then doing a monologue. Apparently, the strike in Doha had a big effect. What that effect was is not clear. There are people who are arguing that the strike in Doha is the reason why Trump put so much pressure on Bibi Netanyahu to do all of the things that accept this agreement. I personally, I'll see if I can stream. I have a heavy day today, so we'll see. Personally, I think a lot of the things that Trump has been forcing Bibi to do has been a lot like the universities and some of the law firms, which is they're letting Trump be the bad guy for things they don't necessarily think they could do. Bibi has a serious problem in that he is politically weak and he needs coalition members that he can't control. I think Bibi would be much happier if he didn't need to have Smotrich and Ben-Gvir on his in his cabinet. Hey, David. Oh,
Hello.
by the way, David, I do want to do that stream with you on that video.
Yes, yes. You always want to do that stream. That stream is a stream where you explain to me why everything I'm doing is wrong. That's
yeah. That's that's my favorite stream.
That's one of his gifts, David. David, that's one of his gifts. Let him cook.
That field is evergreen. Evergreen.
Well, okay, I don't want to get distracted, but like I don't want to be unfair and just do a stream ripping that video without having a representative of the other side there. That's what I mean. I want to do that stream.
Mm-hmm.
But and you're a good representative of the other side. Better than they are. Honestly, yeah, that's a whole other thing. Sorry, my brain is. I have squirrel brain this early in the morning, and we're talking about the beast stuff.
Jacob, why do we like each other so much? I like you a lot. You seem to like me a lot, but I sometimes get confused that you like me.
Why do you get confused that I like you?
Because you send me something and you're like, you believe this, right? And I go, yeah. And you're like, yeah, I want to rip this apart. And I'm just like, oh, okay. Yeah. That seems like a good way to fill a Tuesday or whatever.
My dear friend David, this is the Protestant in you. You imagine.
I was going to say, have you ever been around a Jewish family at dinner in the way that they lovingly argue?
Yeah.
Argue?
You imagine that for people to be in communion, they have to agree with each other. Whereas in my world, to be in communion, you have to disagree with each other.
Yeah, you got to be willing. Jacob, just so you know, part of why I jumped on is because I was about to call you. I am not feeling well today, so I'm not gonna.
You're not gonna do the Bible study.
I'm not gonna do the Bible study today. I'm just in no shape to do it.
Ooh, okay.
If it was less migraine-ish, my sickness, I would go with all congested. But to go with my brain half on is not good.
Okay. I might then. I don't know if I want to stream straight through. Maybe I'll just stream straight through.
I'm sorry, Cassandra. Which is very upsetting to me. I feel like there's been a couple of streams recently that I've been exceptionally proud of.
You're letting everyone down, David. I just want you to know that. But make sure you get well. I mean, make sure you get well. But you're letting everyone down.
I'll do my best.
Take care of yourself. But I have to say, I actually recommended your Yom Kippur stream on Sundays. Donnie and I do Talmud, and I was like, yeah, you might want to listen to David's stream because he goes through all the sacrifices stuff we don't really bother with much.
By the way, shout out anyone.
It's central to the Torah, but who cares? Not a big deal.
No, it is an important thing, and advanced studied people study those sections of the Torah. Definitely. It's not as practical to the daily life as most of the stuff we spend. The prayer stream, as he says, is going to continue next week. Like it, obviously it's important. It's just, it's not practical. And so, it doesn't take up as much of people's thoughts as I think a lot of people would imagine it would.
Can I ask about, not related to the New Testament stuff, can I ask you about the thesis that I had, that essentially the architecture was, for ancient Jews, would have been conceived of as what heaven looked like?
Yeah, so that was an interesting thing. The book of Jonah, which has been on my mind for obvious reasons.
Yep. Yeah.
So
he dies and sees the temple, doesn't he? Isn't that what happens when you die? You go into the temple?
Exactly what I was gonna say. Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
Let us pull up Jonah. Ooh, we have a Sam Tiedemann.
Okay.
Sam. Good morning.
Tiedemann.
Good morning.
How are you doing,
David,
my dear
Jacob,
Sam?
who's still learning to pronounce my name. I am not doing the best. I feel kind of awful, under the weather, but it's my birthday. I am
Happy birthday, Sam.
Birthday, Mazel Tov.
Thanks.
Muzzle.
Yeah. I just wish I felt better. What are we talking about, friends? taking over the world? FAFO. Who's FAFOing?
Well, I mostly the Palestinians, I would say, but so where were we?
We'll get back to that. We're sidetracked, wonderfully sidetracked, like a TLC conversation into.
I did a presentation last week for the Bible study. Sam, I would love your opinion on it. I know you're super busy. Where I use temple imagery and argue that the New Testament says it outright, but I think it's implied in the Hebrew scriptures that the tabernacle or the temple is what heaven looks like. And so all of that quote unquote boring material about temple stuff is actually really, really useful when you're trying to figure out what Revelation is looking at. So,
morning, Denise.
Jacob was thinking about this.
Hi.
Morning, Denise.
Good morning.
So, so 2:5. ואמרתי נגרשתי מנגד עיניך אף אוסיף להביט את היכל כותבה. I thought I was driven away out of your sight. Would I ever gaze again upon your holy temple? So, like, yeah, there definitely is this. There is an equivalence between heaven and the temple. Sure. Yeah. I mean, as Colonimus said, if we had a brisker, they would be much better at. Well, we do have a brisker. We have Chezi, but Chezi will have to come on and explain that himself. To disagree.
You know, if you had asked me if the book of Jonah mentions the temple, I would have said no off the top of my head.
Yeah, well, what can I say? When I keep on telling Christians that when Jesus mentions the sign of Jonah,
disagree.
Like,
go continue. Yeah,
Christians should pay more attention to the book of Jonah. I sincerely believe that if you read the book of Jonah, which is pretty short, by itself, it refutes all of Protestant Christianity without even a shadow of a doubt, starting with the idea that Jesus came to allow to be sacrificed in order for the sins of the Gentiles to be atoned, because that's precisely what doesn't happen in Jonah. There is no sacrifice. The Gentiles are
what are you
forgiven.
talking about?
Where's the sacrifice in Jonah?
There isn't a section where
Jonah gets thrown off of a boat to save all the people in the boat.
Yeah,
seems sort of like a sacrifice to me.
I love this Christotyping because you focus on the smallest thing.
I'm sorry.
Point of Jonah,
entire book. He hasn't
whole
even
book.
gotten to Nineveh yet.
Yes,
like the whole
yeah.
story of Nineveh is he goes, he tells them to repent, they repent, God forgives it them.
Yes, but there's also a bit
But
in the
no,
middle.
the boat, the people on the boat are the important ones. That's
No,
what
that's
the book's
not it.
about. The
Jacob,
people on the boat.
Jacob, he's dead for 3 days. He resurrects after 3 days after being sacrificed.
All of Christianity is about missing the point.
I understand.
Every book in the Bible.
I don't think the whole
Every
story.
book in the Bible. Like you cannot be a Christian and read more than 2 sentences at a time. It is impossible.
Look,
you asked me to argue against you, Jacob, and David and I argued against you, and then you're like, well, actually, that's not the important part. That was your only argument.
Hold on.
I will admit.
I love hearing this.
Jacob,
because
I will
it is
admit.
so shocking.
I will admit that Jonah being sacrificed and then being dead for 3 days before he resurrects is not the central point. Okay,
Why, thank you.
It's essential for the book, but it's not central. It's not the end. It's not the purpose. But yes, he does get sacrificed to save a whole boatload of people, literally a whole boatload of people, and then is dead for 3 days before he's resurrected.
Yeah. Israel
Can you
being
agree that's
sacrificed
at
for
least
the
Christian
Gentiles?
adjacent?
No.
Can you just say
No, that's not Christian adjacent, because the
Christian
story,
adjacent.
like Isaiah 53 is part of our Bible. Israel being sacrificed for the Gentiles is the Jewish story.
Yeah.
All
No,
through the
Jacob,
Bible.
You're wrong. We took that chapter. It's ours now.
Yeah. That was never.
You don't
that's
have
not in
Isaiah
there.
53. We have it.
We-
now. We took it from you.
We added it like the Mormons. Yeah.
Have you heard that it is forbidden for Jews to read Isaiah 53? I hear this all the time from Christians.
I've heard
It is
there are
absolutely
YouTube
forbidden.
ads who suggest that. I've got tons of YouTube ads that tell me that.
Yes, there are tons of YouTube ads that tell you that Jews are not allowed to read Isaiah 53.
Cassandra, the real sacrifice were the friends we made along the way.
Oh, wow. That is the first time somebody I
Hi.
never even considered that.
Jonah has always been one of my favorite people in the Bible.
Mine too.
And the reason, first of all, one part of the 3-day, jumping off the boat thing that I think feeds into the Christian interpretation of it is that Jonah offered himself. He went to the rest of the people in the boat and said, "Hey, it's my fault," which is kind of weird because that doesn't really jive with the story of Jesus, but it's close enough for Christian interpretation. But just standing on its own, I've always loved the way that Jonah presented logic to God, saying, "Hey, if I go to Nineveh and preach, there's only two things that are going to happen. They're not going to repent. You're going to destroy them, and they're going to blame me, and that isn't good. Or they will repent, and you won't destroy them, and they'll say that I was a fraud because nothing happened," kind of like the recent rapture issue. And I always liked the fact that Jonah, basically, to me, the story of Jonah is a story of the problem of overly rational understanding of God. That Jonah was really rational about what he faced. And the real sacrifice of Jonah was deciding finally that it didn't matter, that he saw it as a lose-lose situation where he wasn't going to come out ahead personally. He sacrificed his egotistical status by going there and carrying out the mission. That's my personal take on it.
Hold on, Chazi. No, he says throw me off the boat. He does. And
they say they don't want to. They don't want to. They try not to.
Yeah, there's which is the absolute opposite of the Christian understanding of Jesus, I just have to say. But
yeah.
Well, I just want to add this in here. Really, you see some of that, and there's that allegory. What really the high focus and during Lent, the story of Jonah really is pointed at us as human beings. It's a story of repentance. It's also the story of God showing mercy on all. And so you have these different types. There definitely is the 3 days. There's that imagery that goes there, but there's much more to the story. And in fact, if you would look at what we do in Great Lent around Jonah in Orthodoxy, it's more focused on him as a human being, as a man, right? Who was running away, needed to repent, still had those, and was still kind of ticked off when he actually decided to, show mercy and showing kind of that. So it's both. It's got a lot of things in it, and it's not just that. And I see it. It's not just the sacrifice parts of that, But I will say, Jacob, I totally agree with your, given how I want to destroy the entire concept of penal substitutionary atonement from the West. I think it is one of the great heresies that has caused so much damage to the church, to people, to an understanding of God, that if you want me to white knight with you to destroy penal substitutionary atonement, count me down as a brother in arms, Jacob.
I should get you one of these shirts. Have you seen these shirts? Denise, I muted you because your mic was loud. You can unmute yourself. Have you seen this shirt? Be a Pharisee, Father Stephen DeYoung. This is an official Lord of Spirits Ancient Faith Radio shirt. They also have ones with an icon of Paul on them. I wasn't gonna get that, but yeah, Denise, when you're mute yourself when you're not speaking, because your mic is really loud. Before I forget, what was I going to say? Cassandra. Why did Jonah not want the Ninevites to repent? So the Jewish understanding is that by prophecy, he knew that Babylon was going to come and destroy Israel. And that is why he didn't want to. And that's why I think it was Colonimus who said, all I get from that is that he's willing to die rather than do God's mission. He did not sacrifice himself for the sins of the people on the boat.
And Orthodox would agree with that. Orthodox would agree with that. That was not part of the that. Now that does show up in pop Christianity, like they would make that tie. That does not exist in Orthodox Christianity. It's a type. There's allegories. There's things that are happening. There's certainly the Christ type that happens, and it signifies the death and the resurrection. That's all there, but they don't tie it specifically to.
He's not dying for the sins. He's not dying for the sins of the people on the boat.
No, he's not dying for the sins of the world. No.
Everyone else is in danger because of his sins.
Yeah, that's not the typology. That's at the forefront. Yeah,
and there is an element which Jacob is saying, which is beautiful about how Israel has to suffer and everything else. But there's a secondary element, which is the prophet's disobedience. The prophet as the character that actually really doesn't want this job at all, and is running away from what God, they pull him up, and these pagans are saying, we will worship God. We'll do whatever God needs. The cows in Jonah are more obedient than Jonah is, it's part of it being a comedy. I read it with people who have never read the book before. They laugh when the fish eats him. They laugh when the fish vomits him. They laugh at the very end of the book. Should I not rescue Jonah? Or should I not rescue Nineveh, who has thousands of people who can't even tell their left hand from their right? And also cows.
Yes.
Also cows is the last words of that book.
So this is okay. That brings me back to my favorite topic, which is how much I hate 1 Corinthians 9, where Paul says, does God care about animals? Yes. Obviously. Yes.
He cares about animals.
I mean,
not his chief concern. Is his chief concern animals?
Rachamav al kol ma'asav. We are his herd. We are his animals. I don't. Yes, human beings have a special place, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care about everything else. Cassandra asks, "What?" First, Yoav is correcting us. It's not Babylon. It's Assyria. Sorry. Yeah. What did the captain?
Come on, get your facts straight over here, Jacob. Come on now.
What did your empires in the same country correct?
Could do about anything? Would it be obvious he's a prophet? Well, no. The lot fell on him.
They can tell that the winds are attacking someone. That someone is guilty.
Yeah,
and so someone is doing something wrong, and God is going after with a vengeance. So if you throw him down, then the vengeance is gone.
Well, ultimately, I have to say the lesson of Jonah is precisely why we read it on Yom Kippur, which is God is merciful and wants people to repent. And
Well, and
yes, that's the central message of Jonah, right?
And I talked to Jacob about this 2 years ago at this point, that I also think there's a secondary joke that at the end, like once you're done Yom Kippur, that season goes right into Tabernacles. And Tabernacles is a time where the exact opposite of Yom Kippur, where you're commanded to afflict your soul. During Tabernacles, you're commanded to rejoice. And so the image of a whole city being spared from judgment, which is basically what you're praying for during that season, right? May you be sealed in the book of life. These people are not being destroyed. God is sparing them. And we switch over. And what is the Israelite doing? He is arms crossed, sitting sad in a tabernacle, which is like the kid crying wearing a birthday hat. Like, it's just a funny image to me. Just like,
PVK says I'm a lot like Jonah sitting in my hut outside the city with TLC. But yeah. By the way, hello, Shari. Yes, I did watch that. You talking with Donnie about it. Yeah.
We need more Donnie. We need more. Donnie, if you're listening here, we need more Donnie. Donnie, we need more of you. Show up more.
He's messaging me separate. I think, no offense, Jacob, but just about my favorite conversation I've had on my channel was just me and Donnie talking about Genesis 1.
No offense, but Donnie's much more enjoyable to talk to than you, Jacob.
He's certainly more agreeable than I am.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get going. I gotta
feel better.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, what are we talking about now? You have to unmute yourself.
There. All right.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't want to go too far off topic or anything, but something just happened in the Catholic world that's going to be interesting. First of all, I am traditional Catholic, not Novus Ordo. And that is a variety of ways that people take that seriously or not. But it's actually quite serious here in the United States because under the Democrat, I'm going to have to introduce politics because this is what the Pope just did. Under the Democrat regimes of the past dozen years or so, traditional Catholics were put on the FBI watch list for terrorism, mainly because of our strong pro-life stand. And the result of being on that watch list meant that we could be easily subjected to a variety of quasi-legal harassments, particularly by the government contracted anti-cult organizations, such as by the Boston guy, Steve Hassan, and the one that's in New Jersey, but is most famous for working under the Clintons, Richard Allen Ross. And those are the two that show up on, Dr. Phil in 2020 and all the mainstream every time there's a cult issue of any kind. And they have focused heavily on a variety of these things. But the point of what the Pope just did, and the standing of the Pope is a problem because most Protestants believe the Pope is far more powerful than most Catholics believe. But it's kind of like a family squabble over a slightly demented uncle. We in the family all know the uncle is demented, but we don't want to admit it to the neighbors across the road, which is the Protestants. And the neighbors across the road believe that the demented uncle runs our family. That's my take of how this works with the Pope. And traditional Catholics have not really seen legitimacy in the Vatican since the 1960s because of what happened. And again, it tends to be within the family. But when the government declares you on the terrorist watch list as a group, then, you know, it becomes a problem. And now this guy, Pope Leo, the first Cajun Pope, good Lord, has declared that Catholics must oppose Trump, which means that there's going to be weird stuff going on. And I just wanted to put it out there. The issues that separate Novus Ordo, which is New Order Catholicism, from traditional, are very similar to issues that separate, I believe, as an outsider, the super reform secular Jewish from the Orthodox. And the Orthodox Catholics is interesting because that church never went through the 1960s. Because during the 1960s, the Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, particularly the Russian, were totally suppressed under communist rule. So they went completely underground, and they kind of preserved like a time capsule, while the Roman Catholic Latin Rite went through all of this turmoil and was essentially destroyed, except for the sliver of traditionalists that hold on. And anyway, I wanted to put it out there that the Pope said that most Catholics really don't care and are not gonna, but we're all definitely gonna be attacked as usual. C'est la vie.
Yeah. I know with your history, especially, I mean, personally with the cult stuff.
Yeah, we talked a lot privately. I remember.
Yeah. What do you? I mean, how are you feeling? Do you? It might be. It sounds like it might kind of be a little personally threatening with the government stuff, targeting Catholics and stuff. So I'm just wondering how you're feeling.
A member of my family who is a fanatic Novus Ordo, super fanatic Novus Ordo, hired Steve Hassan to attack my daughter. She was attacked at a Thanksgiving dinner at my sister's house that I had told her, don't go. She's up to something. And I was not out as a traditional Catholic to the family. I was just myself saying, hey, I am done with you crazy people. And I moved as far away as I could. And I tried to get my daughter as an adult to put at least 1,000 miles between herself and Massachusetts, because this whole political thing became enmeshed with the mafia stuff in New England, which of course the New England mafia was heavily Catholic until recently, because of, you know, the whole American mafia thing being mostly a Catholic set of groups, the Italians, the Irish, and so on. And the trads tended to be outside of all that. Excuse me. But no, it was Steve Hassan, one of his actual paid staff members, was questioned by police in my daughter's death. He had an alibi. He wasn't there. Excuse me. And she was declared a suicide by the university detective, and the state police signed off on it, and then later apologized to me because they realized that detective had lied. And the state police had not been put in touch with me, even though I was on the phone with that detective the afternoon they found her body. And so you see what I'm up against. I mean, I'd have to be Elon Musk plus his buddies to be able to sue the state of Massachusetts, particularly since this group that gathered to harass my daughter And she did not understand it. That was the problem. We were still at that stage where, you know, when things happen in your family, when you're like 6 years old, you have no clue why the adults are arguing. So she was in her 30s. She was beginning to understand. I made the mistake of bringing her back into reunion with my father when my mother died. And, you know, we had the family wake and everything. And unfortunately, when I did that, I exposed her to my sister, who then hired Steve Hassan, thinking she couldn't get at me, but she could get at my daughter, because my daughter remained in Massachusetts and I had already set up in Texas. And, but the Jewish aspect of that, in terms of Steve Hassan, is it's very weird, because the people he was able to hire, that he is able to hire to harass and stalk, frequently use anti-Semitism as part of what they do. And it gets very entangled with all of the politics. And all I'm saying now is that this announcement, I haven't seen the whole thing, the original, whatever. I was reading watching one of the trad channels was talking about it, that Pope Leo apparently just made this announcement sometime in the last 24 hours. And that's going to bring all kinds of strife into families, because, as I say, the way the anti-cult thing works is Steve Hassan and Rick Ross are hired by family members. And this is where an interesting aspect, totally nobody's fault, but it's an aspect, I think, of Jewish culture versus Christian culture, or Christian pagan mixed culture. Jewish culture does not seem to release their children into being able to explore the world and possibly find other religions if they so choose. Whereas Christian Catholic culture says, you know, at a certain point in life, you get to go your own way. And hopefully you stick with the family, but if you don't, you know, you don't. And the aspect of Steve Hassan's mission particularly is that when a family states that an adult child has joined a different religion, it's a cult, and they have the right to subject that child to forced restraint, what they did to my daughter. My younger brother actually helped her get out of the house because they were trying to restrain her and subject her to deprogramming, which is basically CIA-based mental torture. And this is what Steve Hassan and Rick Ross do to people. And I think part of the reason why they allow themselves to do that is that they've grown up in a tradition where you're born into a religion of your family, and if you leave, you are leaving your family, and you cannot do that. Whereas most Gentiles, to be broader than just Christians, particularly Catholics, do have a sense of when you come of age, you go off on your own. In fact, the Amish even have something, I can't pronounce it, it's a German word, where they actually send their young people out for 2 years to go find out how crazy the world is, and then maybe you can come back if you want, you know.
Well,
and,
I mean, anyway. I know Rick Ross calls Orthodox Judaism a cult because we do, you know, we raise our kids in our religion, and we hope to keep them in our religion. And frankly, I think many, certainly traditional Catholics, want.
Well, he's not as bad as Hassan on this score. Hassan is the one who's really off the wall.
But I'm wondering, just you personally, I mean, how are you feeling?
About what?
I mean, you were, I noticed you're coughing and you were sick recently.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm still sick.
No, I'm just wondering how you're feeling, how you're doing.
Physically, I seem to be getting over this stubborn cough. It seems to have been caused at least partly by the fact that I didn't realize I had a stack of paper works on paper, watercolors and pastels that had gotten black mold in the portfolio. And I didn't realize that was coming out into the air. So I am getting over that. And as far as the rest of it's concerned, yeah, I still, one of the things that motivates me to be such a curmudgeon is seeing how blind people are to this deadly mixture of politics and religion that the United States has fallen into. And I guess the rest of the world is too, because there's all kinds of weird jihad stuff going on everywhere. But we don't tend to admit that we're doing this to ourselves. And within the Catholic world, it's a mess, because the Novus Ordo has, I know a lot of people in the TLC respect Father Eric Seitz, and I respect him too as a person. But when he stated, I heard him in a stream talking about how if you go to a clown mass, the sacrament, you still are obligated to go if that's the only priest in the area. Whereas I have to ask you, Jacob, as an Orthodox Jew,
Yeah.
if you went to the most holy, sacred gathering of the Jewish calendar year, and the rabbi officiating at that gathering had put on a costume and made a total mockery, how would you feel? Would you feel that it was valid to be there?
So you're reminding me of something that happened when I was younger with my family. We ended up at a Reform service on Yom Kippur on the evening. And it was an hour into the fast. And everybody had water bottles at their chairs, which was just weird. And so the central part of the prayers is what's called the Amidah, which is a silent standing prayer. Everyone privately prays these 7 blessings. And they had decided to substitute the Amidah with 7 soloists playing music, like a violinist and I remember my sister turned to me and she said, "Are they going to start doing the Macarena?" And I couldn't stop laughing.
If it was Novus Ordo Catholic, they probably would have.
I hear you. I have to say though, Father Eric is a friend of mine and somebody I respect.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to cast shade on him at all. I'm just in general.
And in general, I have to say, I kind of agree with him, because the thing with one of the good things that we have in Judaism that I think Christianity could use more of is in order to have prayer services, you have to have at least 10 adult males.
Yeah.
So that requires a bare minimum for a congregation. Have you heard of Pope Michael?
No.
There's a video. There's actually more than one documentary, but I think there's a documentary on YouTube called Pope Michael. And
I can't think of any real pope that used the name Michael.
No, it wasn't a real pope.
Yeah.
It was this guy who they had a conclave in their house, and his mom and his dad and a family friend voted him to be the pope because they're these sedevacantists, right?
Oh, well, that's not real sedevacantists. I mean, that's something weird.
It is, and there's a lot of these weird groups.
Yeah.
But we need people. And having it goes back to I think there's a Protestant strain which tells us I can't accept this and I'm just going to go off on my own. And
yeah, that kind of where the word Protestant almost comes from. But yeah, and no, I see what you're saying, and you're kind of mixing in my personal stuff with it a little bit. But in general, I'm just concerned about the larger, what's going to be happening over the next period of time, because the politicization of the Novus, which is another big part of what happened in my family, as well as in many other families as well, is that the Novus Ordo coming to existence during the 60s also got very, very mixed with all of the left-wing New Age stuff. And that's where a lot of the problems came from, was a uncritical acceptance of a lot of New Age stuff. And I just see that with this thing that just happened, I don't know. I just see all the propaganda on both sides making a big deal of it, and I just wanted to put it out there.
I remember the last time we talked, you gave a beautiful description of the 14 and then the 15th steps of the cross.
Oh, the stations of the cross. Yeah.
Cross.
Yeah.
And how it gave you peace.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's an example of one of the traditional things, because we actually had to fight in some places to keep the stations. They were always in every Catholic church. Novus Ordo started to want to get rid of them. And there's this whole thing that was touched on in the little discussion about Jonah that we were having earlier too, that I noticed when I went through a period of time I call my Church of the Month Club period, when I did go to a lot of different non-denominationals. And I was very disturbed by the way they interpret the sacrifice of the crucifixion. It's almost as if they take joy in the fact that Jesus kind of took the hit for us. Like, you don't do that. I mean, if you know you're likely to get hurt and somehow maybe somebody's after you, let's go all mafia, okay, Jacob, somebody's after you, but you got a twin brother and they got him instead. Do you rejoice? I kind of got that feeling about a lot of the hymns that they sang and the way they taught. And I guess that has something to do with all this penal substitution stuff, which, I'm not really into.
Yeah.
And there's just, the political stuff that's coming to a head nowadays is so much more mixed with spiritual ideas and motivations than it ever was. I mean, even though you could say, well, it really was, like during World War II, we really were fighting for American Christian ideas, but it wasn't overt. It wasn't out there like it is now. And now we've got all these intertwined battles, and the like the whole Novus Ordo thing definitely introduced politics a lot more than we were raised with.
I mean, I hear you. My question is, but do you have a church where you can go to pray the 14 stations?
Oh, yes. I'll definitely. And what I was going to say about that, I got a little sidetracked, was that one of the things about the traditional Catholic structure is that we have these devotional activities that are done within families or by individuals, but they follow a very set pattern so that you're not really going off on your own. And it's a way of keeping fellowship during times of oppression. When the church is repressed and suppressed, people can keep a kind of vicarious fellowship by knowing that they follow these practices, even though the state or whatever is going on prevents them from gathering.
Yeah, and that type of unity is really, really important. Having that connection with other people,
Yeah,
being
and I think it's spiritually very genuine. If you want to get into Jungian psychology, you are tapping into a collective unconscious of a repeated ritual that when you really are tapped into it, you are also tapping into the Christian down the street that, is also, in a hypothetical situation where we're all in hiding. And I guess, the Jewish traditions have a lot of family gathering stuff that's like that. It has the same effect because the Jews are, one of the strengths of Jewish identity is that you survive centuries without having your own territory.
yeah, yeah,
And that's something that we really don't fully understand nowadays.
yeah, yeah. Um, so you said you do have a church you can go to for the
Oh yes, yes, yes. Yeah. There are
Okay.
several churches around here that because this is largely Mexican Catholics, so they tended to be a little bit sheltered from the craziness that was going on, mainly because the whole thing that happened, if you want to get into the sociology of it, the Irish Catholics are more Anglo, and they're the ones that really attacked the other ethnic parishes because we had the foreign language schools, whereas the Irish, of course, didn't. And the bishops who tended to bring in the Novus Ordo and push out the traditional priests tended to be Irish bishops. Cardinal Law was Irish. In our diocese, Bishop Flanagan. Then there was this one that they brought in after Cardinal Law, who was actually openly stated in Catholic media as the fixer, was Cardinal O'Malley, who became the new Archbishop of Boston, who was supposed to repair. Now, there's another thing about the Cardinal Law, the priestly pedophile stuff that happened. A lot of people don't realize if Cardinal Law had done the right thing and defrocked the priests and sent them over to the law enforcement, they would never have been prosecuted. Not only would they not have been prosecuted, because the scandals were not limited to within the church, but the Irish mafia would have gone after the families of the victims, because that certainly would have happened. And so I'm not trying to cut Cardinal Law any slack for the fact that he and the church did cover up this problem, but it certainly is not a problem that was limited to the Catholic Church. In fact, one of Obama's people was the Attorney General in Massachusetts, Scott Harshbarger. In recent years, he went into different kinds of damage control on behalf of Obama after he left Massachusetts. But then he went into being the lawyer who would pick up cases for the Protestant prep schools, all the little Ivy League prep schools like Exeter Academy in New Hampshire, a bunch of them in Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Vermont, the places where the elites send their kids, all the trust fund babies go. They had repeated sex scandals of faculty setting up different kinds of sexual initiation games in the schools for these kids who were like high school age. And Scott Harshbarger, and if you look up, if somebody wants to go deep rabbit hole hunting, they'll find out that Scott Harshbarger actually made a career of helping those schools clean up and hush up. So, and that was going on alongside the Catholic priestly stuff. And now we keep getting in here in Texas. There's been one after the other of these public school teachers doing horrific things. So I don't think it's limited to any particular group.
Yeah. But so but you said you do have churches in your area which um don't, I mean, which have regular masses you could go
Oh
to.
yeah, we do. We have a lot of them.
Okay.
I'm not in any way isolated.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's
In fact, when I moved to Corpus Christi, one of my neighbors gave me my tapestry of Our Lady of Guadalupe, and a very nice Mexican lady. And she told me, hang this near the window because it will protect you.
okay.
Now, you might think she was simply speaking of spiritual protection, but I thought about it and I realized, oh, right. And
In terms of like crime and stuff.
yeah, there's different, you got your own set of mafias in the South. You got your Dixiecrats and your Mexican American, Chicano, Texano, your Aryan Brotherhood crackers. We got a bunch of Creole, Piru, Crips. They're all out there. But I have the Lady of Guadalupe. She protects me.
Hey, Jacob, do you mind me being selfish here for a bit?
Go ahead.
I'm going to have to go. I'm coughing.
Okay.
Feel better.
See you, Denise. I was just going to move it in another direction.
Yeah.
Can we get back to you started on it and we lost it, but I'm curious because I know you I don't know, you have more trustworthy news sources that you know in the region. It would appear that this actually is a thing and not one of these pre-announced things that's almost there. It looks like we're actually moving towards some sort of peace deal, and whatever that is in the region. And it appears, it looks like outlets, like even other leaders of Arab nations are saying they're on board. Like we're seeing Saudi Arabia, like everybody seems to be on board with this. Are we looking at a resolution here?
Good question. Good question. The fact is, like Yoav says, nobody knows. And Yoav is absolutely correct about that.
Is this different than the other times we've seen things? It just seems to appear as if there's a little more movement that hostages will be released, all of them dead or alive. Like there is, anyway, because everyone's all patting everyone on the back this morning. I don't know that that's the case, but I also don't know that it's not the case.
So what has become evident over the past 2 years is I don't know if you've noticed a lot of people talking about Israel's PR problems. And what Benjamin Netanyahu has de facto proven is you can lose the PR war, but win the actual war. And there were a lot of people, and there still are a lot of people who are like, if you lose the PR war, what's the point? Like, the kinetic war is going to be lost as well because PR is a large part of war. And I can't say that they're completely wrong. PR and narrative is a huge part of reality. And I mean, this gets into this whole, postmodernist versus, there's a conception that violence doesn't solve anything. And there are people who say violence will solve everything. Both of those people are wrong. Violence sometimes solves things. And the fact is, Hezbollah is gone. Bashar al-Assad is living in an apartment in Moscow. Ayatollah Khamenei has never been weaker as a leader. And the Republican Guard has real problems when Khamenei dies. Was Assad poisoned? I had not heard this. When did this happen? The past 2 years, and this is part of the whole thing with Hamas and Gaza, and whether or not what exactly happened with the strike in Doha. Look, sometimes you can just kill your enemies. You can actually just kill your enemies. And that's the big question about whether there has been a shift. And let me make it perfectly clear for people who may not understand what I mean by that. There are 2 regional contenders now. There used to be 3 for who is going to dominate the Middle East. It used to be Iran, Turkey, or Saudi Arabia, which is completely embodied in 3 total dictators, which are Khamenei, Erdogan, and Mohammed bin Salman, respectively, right? Iran has been seriously humiliated. Turkey, which used to use Iran as kind of a counterpoint against Saudi Arabia, seems, I don't even know what's going on through Erdogan's head. I don't know what exactly is going on through MBS's head. Israel is not a dominant player, Paul. That's the thing people don't get. Israel is not a dominant player in Middle East politics. Israel is not a dominant player. It kills me that people imagine, and yes, obviously Israel wants to be seen as a superpower. Israel wants countries to fear them. But now there's this image of Israel as bossing people around. And Israel's economy has, thank God for the internet and the tech sector and weapons technology and security. Like, Israel's economy now, 25 years ago, there was a reason why Jews, Orthodox Jews, had to make a decision. Do I live in Israel, which is religiously so much easier for me, or do I live in the United States where I can economically thrive? Right? Living, and why so many Israelis would move to the United States, would move to other countries, because living in Israel is, you really think Israel could drop the bomb Do you actually imagine Israel could drop the bomb? Have you lost your mind? And so the idea that Israel is this bully in the Middle East is just yeah, there's no use for mushrooms you can't eat. And so Mohammed bin Salman seems to be winning. He hates the Palestinians. He hates Qatar. He hates the Shia. He hates lots of people. Right? Saying Israel is a major player isn't the same thing as saying it could drop the bomb, nor that it is a bully. It's a major player. It's not a major player. It's not. Jordan is a much bigger player. Egypt is a much bigger player. Morocco is a much bigger player. United Arab Emirates, each one of the Emirates, much bigger player. Iraq, much bigger player. I love you, Chazi. I know you wish this were true. I think it's wishful thinking. I really do. Israel is the United States cat's paw in the Middle East. And frankly, under Trump, Israel is Saudi Arabia's cat's paw in the Middle East. I love you, Chazi, but like you and your Israeli mini superpower, Yoav. There are so many moving parts. Nobody understands the whole system. I would agree with that. Okay, we have statistics from Paul Vanderklay. Turkey. What are these numbers? What are these numbers? I don't like GDP. Oh, yeah, economically Israel has become, honestly, yeah, Israel economically has become a powerhouse. That is the point. That is definitely the point. Economically, I thought we were talking militarily. Economically, especially over the past 20, 25 years, I thought I said this, as far as the tech sector comes, yeah, Kalonima says, Luxembourg's GDP is also very high. Yes, very true. Very true. And look, Chazi, I love you. I love you very, very much. And I wish the world was as rosy as the glasses you see it through. Again, I don't think you comprehend the situation. Israel's military is completely dependent on the United States. Israel's military has been overextended and completely fully mobilized for years now, but whereas Turkey is not even on a war footing. Like you are comparing a 5 foot tall basketball player who's been doing very well with somebody who's 7 feet tall and hasn't even been breaking a sweat. Israel's military is overextended already. Like the idea, like what you look at the populations of Israel versus Turkey. What is the population of Turkey? 85 million. 85 million people. population of Israel, including the Gentiles, is 10 million. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm speaking out of school. What do you think, Lance?
I'm staying out of that. Uh, yeah. I would say though, because of you mentioned used to be, what did you say? The United States cat's paw? Was that what you said? Now it's Saudi Arabia's cat's paw through the United States. I do think because whenever you have the full force of the United States government, weaponry, everything else, that it's the same thing. Like if I'm a little guy and I'm talking smack at the bar, but then into another big
Your
guy,
big brother's behind you.
Oh yeah, the big badass is right behind you, and okay, if I even throw at this guy, I got to deal with him. I mean, so that does allow you to exert. That does allow you to exert a lot of influence, right?
Yeah, yeah. Without the United States support, and this is what scares me. It scares me that there are Israelis, especially on the far right, who imagine that they could, in fact, go it alone. And it's like, you lost your mind. You've absolutely lost your mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's the reason why, because I know that, so with you or whatever, which is you still have family members living in Iran, right? You actually follow news sources from the Middle East to try and, so you,
yeah,
so
last
much
night
is narrative.
I put on channel 14 Israeli news in Hebrew, and I was listening to see what was going on.
Right. And so much of what we get fed is narrative, right? So for example, one of the things you talk about is PR. And like, I do think that thing, which is like, you can be doing the right thing and they can be spinning narrative PR, getting people whipped up in some belief. But if you win the underlying thing, history's got a long, it's a long timeline. And no matter what people want to whip up in the moment over a long period of time, that's not the reality. And so, again, if I look at what Muslims did, in taking over all of that area, like and crushing Christianity, those sorts of, they won. They have control of those lands, and they ultimately have Muslim nations, what they wanted to do, right? So they won, and a lot of people were murdered. So you can't be naive enough to say, violence worked for what they wanted their end goal to be. It did, right? And so those sorts of things. Yeah. So I guess, and the thing that I know, which is my big ignorant bubble, is I don't truly understand the intricacies or know who I can trust about the intricacies of the Middle East dynamic. I know we've been fed a lot of propaganda in the United States. Both sides, Republicans are participating in it, everything else. There's also this weird evangelical new 150, 200 year belief about our connection to Israel and end times and everything else, which is weird.
Yeah.
While I'll just say, and I think I've said this before, and maybe you pushed back on me or whatever, having visited the Holy Land, it's a palpable experience, Jacob. Like it's something. The other thing is that this is just purely, so I would just say this, and I don't think people realize how much you have to go back and forth between, the different, you're in, Jewish territory, and then you're going over into Jericho. Like you're crossing back and forth all the time. Like a lot of the Arab held areas are not Gaza. Like it's safe and you can go over there, and there's stuff that you, to a certain extent.
It's especially safe for tourists because one thing the Muslim world knows is you don't want to piss off your tourists.
You do, but one of the things I really appreciated, which was, God bless our Jewish brothers and sisters, like they really took, like, it's stark. Like when you go across, like they really take care of the holy sites, right? Now they understand the importance of that, but like they're very, like, it was a palpable sort of difference in terms of that. And so, and never forget all those things. Like, I think having a place that hopefully could be a place of safety, because we're starting to see the turn now, particularly amongst young people. It doesn't take too long, even after a Holocaust, before the Jews will end up becoming the scapegoat again, and people want the Jews dead, and it will end up being rich white people from the West will want that too. Like, let's be honest. Like, if you go on to Ivy League campuses, it's crazy. Now, you would think with the announcement of this peace deal, they'd be breaking out in celebration, because even if you see Gazans, like Gazans are hopeful and celebratory, but they're not. And so, the point is they don't really care about Gazans. They just want to have a reason to go out and protest and be violent. And my gosh, if there actually is a peace deal that the Gazans actually like, what do they do then? They're so full of crap. They're so full of crap. They're indoctrinated in a Marxist socialist background, which is anti-Semitic, and they don't want to admit it.
Do you how much have you been listening to Neil Ferguson?
None.
Highly recommend him. So that he is Ayan Hirsi Ali's husband.
Okay.
He is the president, I believe, of Austin University. He had an excellent interview with Charlie Rose not too long ago. By the way, Charlie Rose has been doing excellent work. Anybody who's canceling him was one of the biggest mistakes. Paul, as I have said,
I used to love Charlie Rose. I'm a 90s. Charlie Rose was the man in the 90s.
As I have said many times before, Christianity is a step up from paganism and atheism. It's a step down from Judaism. So I am very, very happy that all of these atheists and otherwise lost people are less lost than Christianity. But Neil Ferguson had an interview with Barry Weiss, which frankly, as a Jew, should be scary.
She's a piece of work, I'll tell you that.
She is. And the fact people are calling her right wing is amazing. Absolutely.
It's so funny.
Amazing.
She called Tosi and Assad Toady on Rogan. She doesn't get it. And he called her out to her face. Yeah, she's pound sand, Bari.
For a center left person, I mean, I would say she's part of the sane left as opposed to the insane left, but whatever. I am very glad she's taking over CBS. That's for sure. But Neil Ferguson said, I did not realize how possible the Holocaust is in the West today. And he's right. These are turbulent times. They're incredibly turbulent times where we live in high variance. And Vervaeke's been saying this. And he's been saying this for a while now, right? He calls it a chiral moment. And it is. Things could go very, very wrong. How did we end up on this? You were asking me about. I lost my train of thought. You were asking me about the evangelicals and the on campus stuff. I think Peter Thiel speaking about the Antichrist is an important thing for people to think about. I didn't actually explain the thumbnail and the title.
It's an enigma. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of are talking about it right now. When you have somebody like Anna Kasparian, like falling into pretty clear, like the type of things she's been saying were not sayable a few years ago.
So give an example.
What?
Give an example.
I mean, just the whole hatred of Israel that the left has been that the left has been like when you have me defending Israel, there's something wrong here. I'm not exactly a fan of the state of Israel. I think I have more reason to be critical of the state of Israel than the vast majority of other people who are critical of the state of Israel, to the point where I often find myself in a place where I'm like, please stop making me defend the state of Israel. But anti-Semitism is now mainstream. It is. And it's unfortunate, but I wouldn't be living in... Look, on October 7th, in New York City, you had a large pro-Palestinian demonstration. That was not a pro-Palestine demonstration. That was a pro-Hamas demonstration. That's why they had it on October 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're not protesting on October 7th in solidarity with any sane Palestinian.
Right. Well, and so that's why you see, like, from the river to the sea and whatever. And I'll just break it down very simply. One of the big splits that we've seen happen, and it's existed, and like even Rasmussen in terms of his polling, like this things exist. And so what does this split look like? Well, it looked like in COVID that there was, and it was on the left, they wanted their neighbors jailed, losing their jobs, not being able to move, those sorts of things. You also would look in terms of these alarming numbers in terms of, is it okay to kill your political opponent? And the answer is way too alarmingly high on the left. And you saw that in the celebrations by way too many people and way too many normal jobs, right? And way too many age demographics. Most notably, way too many women, right? Like there's this thing that has kind of come up. And so we have this very big split. And I know one of the things that you have been seeing for a while, since you came into the TLC, you've mentioned it. It's one of the reasons why you called out Paul Vanderklay about not leading, which I disagree with, but whatever. Is that you're saying, guys, we're heading towards this violence. This violence is getting the split that is happening, and then violence is on the table. And we're starting to see it, right? We've seen it over the past few years. And then the dominant media response is, it's not true. We can have a supposed AG in Virginia that has talked about he wanted the murder of his political opponent and his kids. And there's been 0 seconds.
Times article. Zero New York Times article.
0 seconds of ABC, NBC, CBS. that the people, even in Virginia, this should be like in any normal time, this should be a massive story, particularly coming off the heels of Charlie Kirk's murder, particularly on the heels of the shootings at ICE agents, like particularly on the heels of so much violence that has been going on. But there isn't. And why is that? So why can the dominant media and everyone else ignore it? They don't have a problem with it, Jacob, because they agree.
So have you been watching the red pilling of Ezra Klein?
I have been tracking. I wouldn't call it red pilling. I think it's some sort of a medium shade. Maybe it's a slightly pinkish hue pilling.
So I have been wavering for years on whether so I've been following Ezra Klein all the way since Journalist came out, which was wow, long time no see, Antonio. How have you been?
Pretty good. Pretty busy. Missing most of the news.
How many kids do you have now?
We'll still do. Yeah.
Um,
I wanted to hear about this Ezra Klein thing too, because I had never watched him, but you told me he was worse than David Pacman and Sam Cedar.
yeah. So Ezra Klein, I have been following him for many years. When Journalist, I guess it was 2012 when we found out about Journalist. He was obviously a big player on the left, and he continues to be a huge player on the left. When he was running Vox, which he was running Vox, I was convinced that he was incredibly dishonest, because I could not believe that someone as smart and capable as him would be saying and supporting the narratives that he has innocently. Over the past maybe even less than a month, I have come to believe he was actually that naive, that when he said stupid things like, oh, it's perfectly fine that kids in college have communist beliefs, they'll grow out of it, right? He actually imagined a lot of the stuff. I mean, it
So
seems he was actually caught enough in a bubble.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And
This is more ideological capture than dishonesty.
And now he has kids where he didn't before.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
And yeah, now he has kids, and anti-Semitism is a lot more real to him than it was before. And I think he's genuinely shocked at the celebration of the death of Charlie Kirk, which, if it's genuine, is shocking to me. I don't know the man. I've never met the man. I have this weird parasocial relationship where I've followed his career closely from afar, before most people knew his name, because I realized how important he was and is. to a very real extent, I do believe Ezra Klein is as much the leader of the Democratic Party as the Democratic Party has today.
So you could almost map him onto like a Charlie Kirk. Would you say that's maybe a bit different, but somewhat similar in terms of it's like Charlie had become more powerful than the RNC.
Yeah, Charlie became more powerful than the RNC. Ezra Klein, there's a lot of ways in which it's different. I would actually compare it closer to Susie Wiles.
Interesting.
But of course, I had never heard of her before she was named chief of staff by Trump. And when I saw, this is the thing. When I found out journalists existed and that he was the moderator of that listserv, I was like, this guy is a really, really important person. He didn't see himself that way. It's a lot actually like Paul Vanderklay, right? So he has this listserv in which all of the discussions of the Christian Reformed Church happen, right? And yeah, I guess he's moderator with several other people. He also has the largest media arm of the Christian Reformed Church. And Paul always shrugs off the idea that he's a leader within the CRC. He's like, "Oh, I'm just a pastor.
You're a dog with a bone. You're a dog with a bone, man. You love. I love that about you.
No, but it's true. It's like the analogy with Ezra Klein, and this is part of boomerality. It really is. The idea that you are not, in fact, in the driver's seat, constantly complaining about the man when you are the man, like that is boomerality. It really is.
It's unfortunate too, because I'm sure there's many of us that if we were in his shoes would want to actually do something.
Well, okay. Part of understanding.
So can I point you towards, make sure you get to it. You're talking about, you've been watching you want to say red pilling, and you've been watching Klein. So I understand you want to lay the groundwork because you've done this a couple of times. And I think it's good for people to understand Ezra Klein's impact that you've seen that is broader than people might realize. But then you even went so far is to say you're seeing him getting red pilled, which I've watched some of this. He's a coastal elite to me, like Ross Douthat, great, whatever. He's also talked. If you're someone who's a deplorable Midwesterner, these guys like talk about things in ways that when you talk to like people like us are like, you have a character of us, you guys don't understand at all. But anyway, I'd like you to finish this, but I'd like you to get back to why you think you see him red pilling, where I see some pink pilling going
on. Maybe pink pilling is the better word. He won't be red pilled until the actual knives come out for him, and the knives haven't come out for him yet.
Yep.
But we can expect it to happen.
If you haven't watched his discussion with Ta-Nehisi Coates, now
I thought that was wild. You recommended that on the Discord. I was like, two people I wouldn't go out of my way to listen to.
So Ta-Nehisi Coates is an idiot. There is no reason to ever listen to that man any more than, let's say, Harari, right? And Noah Yuval Harari. The man is not going to inform you about anything except what mainstream opinion is. And Coates is a very similar figure. He doesn't like. There's literally nothing between his ears. The man just repeats what other people have said in more eloquent ways, and that's why people pay attention to him. Right? Things go in the ear, come out the mouth. That's like with zero computation. Maybe some compression, zero computation. But Klein is diplomatic enough, and this is how he's gotten to where he is, where he was able to have the discussion with Coates. Same thing with his book Abundance, right? The knives tried to come out after him when Abundance came out. He had a discussion with Zephyr Teachout. I doubt you even know who she is. My recommendation is not to find out who she is.
You can go into those places for us, Jacob, and just come out of the hellhole and tell us what happened.
No, honestly, I hate watch a lot of things, right?
For the greater good.
No, because
Shocking.
for fear and for glimmers of hope when I see some change, right? So maybe this is me hopefully hoping that Ezra Klein, but like his book Abundance, right?
Did you read that?
I didn't read it. But I heard him discuss it enough.
Do Cliff Notes still exist, or did AI put that out of business?
Yeah, with AI, who needs to read anything themselves? But I mean, he's come out with things which he assumed would be reasonable and reasonably met. And people are starting to go, we're not trusting you as much as we used to. And I am, if he gets canceled, he's going to become another Barry Weiss. And as much as you may not be a huge fan of Barry Weiss, she's actually the one who's shifting things. Same thing with Robert F. Kennedy. Like, there's a lot of things about Robert F. Kennedy I don't like. The man was on the left forever, right? But he was able to bring whole segments of the Democratic Party over to the Republicans. And if we are going to get the MAGA Maha split, which I hope to see, because I think we could end up with two parties again, two reasonable parties. Maha needs to be large enough to be a second party. And Barry Weiss and RFK Jr. aren't large enough.
So they need Ezra Klein.
I think if Ezra Klein gets seriously, like, we're gonna see what happens with the shutdown.
What topic do you think where he's going to take a reasonable, let's just say, common sense position against some of the holy third rails of the orthodoxy of that left wing? Since you've listened to him, what are some things he's toying around with that you think, oh, he's kind of here, and then they're just over here in their purity test? What do you think might be the thing that breaks the camel's back there?
Okay, so the thing with Abundance is he's touching a third rail in a very different way. His book Abundance is actually causing monetary harm to the far left.
How's that?
That's why Zephyr Teachout hates him, right? Zephyr Teachout. So there's a thing on the left called getting a piece, right? Which is the economy here in California is so great and beautiful that the far left, where do you think all this money comes from? Pieces, right? Which is you gum up regulatory stuff in order to get money for your political projects. That's part of the problem with abundance, which I haven't read the book. I'm guessing he doesn't talk about because he didn't seem to actually get what was going on. Maybe I do need to read the book.
Well, and Ross
Yeah.
was pulling on that thread, and BVK's done some, things on that. And I did watch the conversation between. That's Ross is a guy that I just have to suffer through listening to. I've got to be honest, even though there are lots of things that we'd agree with. It's just yeah. At any rate, it's also the same reason why I don't actually listen to the Daily Wire. I God bless them. There's a lot of things that we agree on, but I just can't stomach that stuff. But with I'm just curious with Ezra.
So to answer your question, I think if he hits any of the cultural button stuff, I don't know if he's ever going to come out against trans. If he does, that might be it. He might be like, you know what? No trans athletes in women's sports. He might go full hog and be like, no child transitions, and that's going to be huge. He's recently been actually talking about, and he has some cover for this, because he says, my wife had very difficult pregnancies. It's very important to me that my wife be able to get an abortion. This is a number one issue for me. Like, yeah, abortion, yay. But I want to see pro-life Democrats. That's one of the things he's been saying.
I did see that. Yep.
He might make the mistake of believing that he could say nuclear power is okay.
So you got to hate read and hate watch for us.
I think the key is
see what blows up in his face, but I think things could blow up in his face. And part of the reason things could blow up in his face is because he's already pissed off powerful money interests. And they will make he's set up the powder keg. The question is, what's going to be the fuse?
Mm-hmm. Well, and the interesting thing, and that was the thing in that Ross to tap thing when he's pulling on a string, is that Ross was getting to him, and Paul, I think, is doing this well, which is progressivism is just progressing into nihilism. Like, what's the, I would say, telos, or where are you heading? You keep talking about that. He doesn't have an answer for that, right? I think to a certain extent, I don't know that he's really sat down and thought about that. I do know that they're from the left wing, and so you would see Takeshi Coates and all those other sorts of people. They hate abundance because it's not equity, right? He's not talking about equity. It's not revolutionary. It's not talking about these systemic things that need to be destroyed and replaced. And you have and particularly young people, there's this very strong element of that. There's this very revolutionary, break everything spirit that is alive and well. And he certainly doesn't have that spirit, right? So correct me if I'm wrong. When I listen to him, what I hear is more of a 90s Democrat sort of position in a lot of ways. Would that be fair?
See, that's my question. I thought that he was a Marxist in liberal clothing, because I did not think he could be as useful to the Marxists as he was without being a fellow traveler. Now I
He's
am
not a
more-
Marxist. He believes in this he believes in trying to growth, try to figure things out. Like he's talking, like he thinks technology is the answer. Like he's still speaking in what would be, I would say, although very left leaning, very much a capitalist, right? Democratic. He definitely is not. But here's the thing: he's not calling out in full force that ideology, right? He's
it's
still
beyond that. He ran cover for them.
right.
And
Right.
he enabled them in ways that made me think this guy's just making the. So this is something he says. He says, okay, Obama ran against gay marriage, and we all knew that he was against gay marriage. So he's admitting that Obama was lying. I thought he was along the same lines when he talked about capitalism, etc. I thought he was lying. Is it possible he's not lying and he's actually as clueless about a lot of things? It's been amazing to me to see how clueless people can be. And frankly, it's been humbling because I think, okay, these people are smarter than me. Why are they making such huge mistakes? And the only way I can distinguish myself from them is I don't have the clique of smart people I rely on like they do, which in some way might be causing an echo chamber effect, which allows them to misunderstand things as badly as they are. But if you had told me 2 years ago that Ezra Klein would be honestly trying to get democratic cities to deregulate, I would have said that can't be real. That can't be honest.
Maybe he's not clueless. What if it's just convenience right now? Maybe it's like foreshadowing for what the Democrat Party's going to have to go through, which is like, oh yeah, woke. That's crazy.
I look, when he first started this, I certainly thought that he was I certainly thought that he was just, I thought abundance was him trying to rein in the Democrats, which for me was hopeful, right? At least the Democrats, this is what I was hoping in 2016 the Democrats would do, would be like, oh, we lost political power. And this is one of the arguments he openly makes now is, hey, we lost political power. We're losing political power. We have to come back to the sane, be sane. The question is he serious about that, or is he pragmatic about that? And I'm not sure he even knows whether he's just being pragmatic or he's actually ideologically shifting.
Well, it wouldn't be hard to imagine that he's just kind of laying the exit strategy for the future. And I mean, he's smart enough to do that. I mean, and it doesn't have to be intentional either, like you were saying. So
Yeah, and I also have to wonder how much it's about his kids, because one thing that makes progressives lose their minds is when they see somebody like Zohar Mamdani saying they don't mind him saying kill the Jews. That's fine, even when they're Jews themselves, which insane. But when you say get rid of the honors and AP classes in high schools, oh, that'll get them.
So wild.
While it would be awful for the United States if Mamdani wins, because New York is such an important part of the kind of economic engine, it's never good for those sorts of things. That being said, Mamdani getting elected over the long term, I think would do spectacular things for the United States, because the ability to show this insanity that has rushed out to this Mamdani level, in inner circles. Like if you watched, I watched Two Way a lot with Halpern or whatever. Inner circles within the Democratic Party, like people who know, are like, oh my God, this will be horrific for us if he would win. Hey,
Really,
Jonathan,
Hey,
what's that behind you?
leaning into the Noahide stuff, aren't you?
StreamYard or Chrome or one of these things gave me this background, and I was like, hey, I'm gonna use this next time I jump onto a stream. I don't know. I'm gonna keep this very long.
I like it. Hey, I'm gonna have to get off here soon. Getting ready to close on a new house here in a little bit. So
Mazel tov.
had a little, yeah. So
Congrats.
back in, I had joyfully entered in the land of the renters. I loved it. My wife says we're moving back into the land of owners again, so we're doing that. But I would like to point out on X, Luke did just exclude me from the TLC. By the way, I'm saying all this lovingly. The TLC that you think is MAGA adjacent or insert label is not the true TLC. So Luke has excluded me for inclusion, one of his greatest things. And so I'm glad to not be included in the true TLC moniker. I have been banned out to its outer edges. I have become fringe and untouchable. So Jacob, you and I, we swim in these same waters of being these, I guess, irascible, awful. It's not awful. Luke doesn't mean that. But we're not included in the true TLC.
I have to say, nobody is as exclusionary as the Universalists.
I was gonna say, isn't it just perspective though?
And I keep poking Luke about this because he deserves it. He keeps on talking about personalism. When I went, hey, there's anti-Semitism here, his response was to dismiss me.
Now, I want to tell you, I am a Luke stan. I said, and I responded in my Giphy way. I laughed. I literally had a gut laugh when he posted that. I love Luke. I actually can speak Luke, and I am a massive fan of Luke Thompson. But I just love it when he says stuff like that.
Look, Luke is a great guy to get a beer with.
He's a great guy, period. He is a great guy, period.
He's
yes,
not
no. He is. No.
He is not somebody who makes sense of the world.
You could be a great person. You can be a great person, and yet some of the some opinions some people might hold, you might have some disagreement with. But anyway, I just thought that was funny.
It's fine if you disagree with opinions. I don't think it's a good thing when you're introducing chaos and confusion into the world, which is what I think he does.
He's just out there thinking on the edge, man. Lots of strands in the old duder's head, you know.
Yeah.
By the way,
And
he's
if
in
a
his
few
own way.
people die because of the bad ideas that he propagates, you know who he reminds me of? Noam Chomsky, right? Except, unlike Noam Chomsky, he hasn't led to the death of hundreds of thousands of people because he doesn't have much of an audience.
Oh God. So the vision so here's how I can relate to Luke. So you know the meme where the guy from Always Sunny in Philadelphia has all the strands going everywhere, and it's the it's the conspiracy meme. That's actually the way I think about everything. Like I don't stick my landing very well because I'm a high intuitor, so I have all these things that I'm pulling from all these parts. I just tend to be I'm not smart enough to do those things. I'm a little more grounded and rigid. Like I just have very practical sort of wisdom. I don't have that kind of intellect to go into some of these far on places and contemplate some of these philosophical things. But I do appreciate people who go to the outer worlds and bring those things back in. But at any rate, I would assume so MAGA adjacent. So I had to put myself in there. I'm not MAGA adjacent. I am MAGA. Like I am a full populist, America first. Count me in. Now I know it's not my savior, yada yada yada. But man, I've thrown my lot in with there, and I don't. Fine. If I'm not cool in the TLC, or if I'm too political or whatever, I don't care. That's why I put my name on everything, and I say what I say.
This kills me. If you're anti-MAGA, you're not political. Like
I was gonna say,
yeah, no. This everything is
no. He's a Christian anarchist. He's an anarchist.
Okay, there's no such thing as a Christian anarchist. First of all, second, everything is political except my politics is just dishonesty.
It's political. Yeah, I agree. That's the funny thing that we tow around it and stuff. And my position is, again, people make fun of me. I get it. Clint, if you're out there, I know you're getting ready to jump on me or whatever. I'm a pragmatist. Like I'm living in a particular place in the United States. There are, if the people you vote for, your county sheriff, like when COVID comes down, if your county sheriff is not going to arrest you because you go to a store without a mask, that's a pretty good place to live, in my opinion. So like there are actual pragmatic and realistic things. Like if you do participate and you elect certain people, no, they're not our saviors, but they can create different environments in which you and your family live. So I know I'm looked down upon because I want to participate in that part of my community, but that's okay. I'm just a dupe who can't live under some sort of utopian idea of what things are, but that's okay. I'm more than happy being a dupe, Jacob. I live happily as a dupe.
This gets under my skin. It really does. The whole idea that I am too precious for the world of politics. I don't live in the world I live in. I don't live with the people I live with. I am. I have choices. I can decide to vote not for Kamala Harris or for Donald Trump. Right? And we've seen where that takes you. You end up with a place where you have Mark D. Parkers telling you you're not Christian unless you're pro Kamala.
it's the clown putting on his makeup.
Exactly.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take my non-true TLC self, exit the conversation.
Welcome to
Welcome to
the
the Jordan
Peterson
Peterson
sphere. Yeah, with the rest of us. Yeah,
Jordan's bad.
They don't deserve you, Lance.
Well, but no. But what I will say about this, actually, I do respect this because if you want to join a community or if you want to join someone's channel, and it's their channel, and they have a particular telos, ethos, whatever they want, I do fully respect that if people are like, we don't want to talk about XYZ here, I respect that, right? And so it's the same thing if I want to join a community and I was infant baptized, and then an evangelical community says, well, your baptism wasn't real. You got to be baptized in an adult. Blah, blah, blah. But if I want to join that community, I'm like, okay, well, I'll do whatever you want. So I do respect people that want to have things a certain way. And so I know I can come. I know I can come over here, Jacob, and I can communicate. And we can disagree, but this is my safe space. I have a safe space, Jacob. I can actually say
Brave
things.
space.
Brave space, yeah.
All right. Carry on, gentlemen.
Okay,
Yeah,
what
I'm
are we
gonna
going
head
to talk
out
about?
in like 2 minutes for myself. I was gonna ask actually. I mean, you probably monitor the Jewish community too, not just the left and hate watch stuff for us. What are they making of the mainstream anti-Semitism?
Good question. So I don't think the Jewish community has been as united as I see it today. So this was actually part of why why I named this FAFO. Yes, obviously, October 7th was horrendous, and it's difficult to talk about a silver lining of something so fresh. I mean, we haven't even gotten all the bodies back yet. At the same time, this entire 2-year period has been so much more disastrous for uh, the I believe the everybody standing against both Israel and Jewish people in general. One of the things that it has resulted in is that we are so much more united as a people. I think the idea that as a Jew, you have to be a Democrat has certainly changed, at least for some people. I think the percentage of the Jewish Democratic vote is so much, and I don't know if it's going to last. But lots and lots of people have started to recognize that the Democratic Party is not somewhere you are welcome as a Jew. And I mean, there's been plenty of other effects as well. The destruction of Hamas, Hezbollah at least has been absolutely decimated. So, in a sense, I am kind of joyful. I really am. Lots, and the Jewish community is a lot more united than it used to be. The ADL, I hope, will pretty much stop being relevant. I'm hoping. They've certainly lost a lot of support, both in the Jewish community and outside the Jewish community, trying to straddle a sort of fence there. at the same time, yeah, there's now the woke right stuff. But yeah, so your question was how
they respond to anti-Semitism? Because I'm kind of thinking in terms of have they become more insular with Gentiles, the Gentile community, or not?
mm,
Because and yeah, it's going to be kind of my shameless Noah Hyde plug, I guess. But what I was kind of hoping for, I don't know who put the link up. It was a long time ago. It's either you or Yosef, but it was explaining how in Nazi Germany, one of the ways they wanted to smear the Jews was basically take some of their most knowledgeable, like rabbis, and write about the Talmud. And then it was such a disastrous, it backfired that they burned all the copies because they were explaining the Talmud that basically shed light on what it was. And
mm.
to me, that's what I always bring up when people quote the Talmud. It's like, oh yeah, it was so bad that the Nazis who had all the reason to publish it decided to burn all those copies.
I so I had never I didn't see what the link was, so it certainly wasn't me who posted it. I've got to look this up.
Yeah, it was linked to Safaria.
Okay. But yeah, no, I mean, when it comes down to it, I have my response to most people who ask about the Talmud is, here's a link, feel free to go through it. Like I have, yeah, I yeah, I'm not worried about that. I but is the Jewish community becoming more insular? Um, I think to some extent there's definitely been um, a sense where people are like, "F this, I'm just moving to Israel." Um, that's happened, especially among younger people. I know, for example, Yeshiva University ended up starting a new campus in Israel. Um, there are a lot of Jews who are going to be going to college in Israel. Um, a lot of Jews ended up transferring from Columbia to Yeshiva University, for example. In that sense, there has been a growing insularity within the Jewish community. In another sense, I think, especially among Orthodox Jews, there's been an awakening of, hey, we can engage with the culture, we can engage with the internet, and maybe we should. And I think that's actually been very good. So it's a mixed bag. I don't think I think the Jewish community has become more close knit. I don't think I would describe it as insular.
Well, that's good.
If I'm right, we'll see.
Yeah. Hard for me to gauge at home because I've been really busy to even participate or go to synagogue
Also, you live in a
in the heartland.
not very Jewish area, yeah. So yeah, um, I don't. I think it's been amazing in a lot of ways how good the internet has been for Jewish people in general. Mostly, obviously, there are things like all the anti-Semites getting together and spreading their stupidity. But the fact is that their stupidity, it really is stupid. It really is. And I don't see the fact that, you know, if you want to talk about, for example, the USS Liberty, go right ahead. Like, this idea that shut it down, that like we don't want people to understand more about Judaism is wrong. I don't. It's just so comically wrong to me that, yeah, I don't know if I'm saying anything anymore.
No, it's all good. I'm gonna head out, so leave the floor to Jonathan and you. So until next time, guys.
Later. Let's see what Colonimus has been saying. They support Hamas. Many of the younger leftist Jews definitely do. The older ones remember a Democratic Party that doesn't exist anymore. I don't see people becoming more insular, maybe more involved in Jewish practice, but with regard to non-Jews, I don't think so. There is an explosion of Orthodox Jewish engagement with non-Jews right now. There really is. By the way, the entire Josh Hammer debacle currently going on is actually good, in my opinion. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, the anti-Semites started going, why is Josh Hammer not, why hasn't he posted in 2 days? And a bunch of Gentiles were like, it's a Jewish holiday. That's why he hasn't posted for 2 days. And yeah, a bunch of anti-Semites ended up with egg on their face. Jonathan, how you
So
doing?
I'm okay. I just have kind of a lull in the action. I have to go rescue car seats out of my bricked minivan.
Your minivan got bricked?
Yeah, there was a benign recall
Okay.
due to overregulation problems. But I happened to just bring the vehicle in for its 10,000 mile inspection. And they're like, well, we could just do this at the same time. You know, it should be easy, right? It's a software update. What could go wrong?
Oh my God. So
and
so it's literally been bricked.
It's been a week and they have not been able to successfully get the update to finish. It's not an unknown issue, which unfortunately, like, I should have just done a little bit of diligence ahead of time and looked. But like, you just don't think that like you need to really do a research project before a simple software update, right? I mean, I should know better. I've worked.
Did they give you a loaner car?
I do have a loaner car, but it's a large SUV. But I'm in the minivan stage of life now. So it's tough to. I mean, thankfully we don't have any big trips.
Yeah.
We can fit all the kids in and stuff, but you know the stroller and the accoutrement is like, you know, tougher. So it's an inconvenience, right? I mean, but I got to go run and grab more stuff out of the car because I didn't expect to be a week without it. So we're coming up on a week. So I won't name the manufacturer to protect the innocent, but. Let's just say that the Germans are now involved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the Germans. So anyway, yeah. So I have to go do that, and I have some time to kill. And I saw you were streaming, and Discord was a little more active this morning, so I was playing around with that. And then I'm curious. I think I missed it earlier, but who found out from the title of your stream?
Oh, so I didn't actually do a monologue. Mostly, I think Hamas and Iran found out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, so I wasn't sure if I was gonna say anything about this, but like there was a Palestinian Twitter account which posted a bunch of statistics, and it was supposed to be boo-hoo, look at how, you know, Israel has been horrible to us. And frankly, I think most people's reactions to something like that is, oh, you know, like maybe you shouldn't have done October 7th, and like the celebrations of October 7th is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're going to see with the prisoner exchanges is a bunch of celebrating terrorists talking about how it was all worth it. And I think for the people who genuinely imagined this was a Holocaust, like a genocide, I think they're going to see the celebrations and be like,
Huh.
huh.
Yeah.
I mean, for the crazy people, that's not going to happen, but I don't think most people are crazy like that.
Somebody recently used the G word to describe it, but seemed to use it in a loose way that was just sort of like, actually, it didn't have to do with Israel and Gaza at all. It had to do with another situation where the population got wiped out in a battle or over time, but not for any intent of like ethnic cleansing or anything like that, right? So I mean, technically, that would be a genocide, right? When it's
not really, no.
So what do you need to have? What are the necessary and sufficient conditions for it to be a genocide? You have to intend to basically wipe them out.
Genocide is an internationally, like, it's a crime, and as a crime, you have to have an intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a people group.
Right, but do you have to? Does it matter why you want to destroy them?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to, but you have to be trying to destroy a people group.
Right.
Right. And frankly, there are various definitions of genocide, and I could get into it. Like,
yeah.
So this is one of the things I always got pissed off when people would say the Armenian genocide isn't actually a genocide; it's a misnomer. It was a ethnic cleansing. Okay, technically it was ethnic cleansing. It wasn't genocide, because what they wanted was for Armenians as an ethnicity to stop, and they were perfectly happy not to kill Armenians who were willing to speak Turkish. They were trying to get rid of Armenian as a language and Armenians as an ethnic group. They weren't trying to kill them all. As opposed to the Holocaust, where the Nazis were like, no, we want to get rid of this race.
Or the stated intent of Hamas and other groups in the Middle East, ironically, that is their intent and their stated intent. But yet that is not the intent or stated intent of Israel towards anybody. Until they start defending themselves, and then the
definitely
charge gets levied against them.
So the people who argue, look, I can make the arguments. The people who argue that Smotrich and Ben-Gvir are in the cabinet of Israel. They have certainly discussed and approvingly said things which are ethnic cleansing, not genocide. Which I hate making these distinctions, but when you're talking about these things, technically, you kind of have to. That's the argument.
Yeah.
Right. And frankly, I personally worry that if the international community keeps on acting the way it has been, there's going to be a bunch of people saying, might as well hang for a sheep as for a lamb. Which, you know, if if that's if people are going to treat us like we're committing genocide, like there's a certain amount of people who are like, I'm done with this, right? And I'm not happy about that at all. There, over the past 10 years, I believe about 100,000 Christians have been slaughtered in Nigeria. Maybe it was 15 or 20 years, but the last number I saw was 100,000. But and nobody's talking about that, right? But what's happened is, especially in gamer culture, right? Genocide just means slaughter. Just means you killed a bunch of people. Like, and so people are using that
Too
word
loosely.
way too loosely.
Way too loosely now. Now it's just anytime you may kill, I guess, non-combatants.
Well, in a computer game, if you kill someone, you can say, "I genocided him." Like,
Oh,
it's
do people
become
say
a
that?
verb.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. In gamer culture, genocide has become a verb. Yeah. So
Right.
that it is, but that's also part of the break between the younger generations and older generations.
I did have this thought that, I mean, this is not a new thought for a lot of people, but just occurred to me again. It's like we're spending a ton of time and thinking generally, collectively, in our nation, in our world, about Israel. And it made me think back to the comment about there's an explosion of Orthodox Jewish engagement with non-Jews right now. I mean, from my perspective, right, I wouldn't be able to tell because I don't have a baseline, and I'm interested, so I'm engaged with it. But like you do actually agree that this is an unprecedented level of engagement with non-Jews, and what would you attribute it to? Is it because like the counter missionary effort is out in the open on the internet, and so it's just there's natural exposure and interest? I mean, that's going to be one vector of increased engagement, right? But what are we talking about here in terms of that engagement with non-Jews? Like what's that look like, and where's it coming from?
The internet has, so for example, Daf Yomi, right?
Yep.
Daf Yomi's been going on for 90 years, and Orthodox synagogues, like pretty much every large Orthodox synagogue has somebody who's giving a Daf Yomi class to, I don't know, 5-10 people, right? And those classes had been going on for a very long time. Or Rabbi Wine's, like, you can go get his cassettes from the back in the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his cassettes are still there, but those used to be cassettes that were being handed out. Now, not every, but a lot of synagogues are streaming all their lectures, all of their stuff. There's so much information being disseminated about Judaism that just wasn't available before the internet.
Right.
And
Right, you can find the Dafyomi streams. Like, there's multiple. There's more than you could probably handle. Yeah.
And so people like, so I read Douglas Wilson's book on the Jews. It's called something like what is the name of his book on the Jews? Doug Wilson. I think it's American Milk and Honey or something like that. Yeah, American Milk and Honey. So I read his book, and he has a chapter on the Talmud, and he relies on things that were written in books he has about the Talmud by Protestants from the 90s. It's junk. It's horrible. It's absolutely wrong information. But what better access did he have? None. Now you can go to Safaria and it's all there in English translation.
Right.
And so the internet has made it possible for people who actually have questions about Jews, people who've never talked to Jews, people who like aren't going to go up to a random Jew and be like, "Hey, can I ask you some questions?" And frankly, you never know what you're going to get with the random Jew, right? And then you get things like I think it's Rabbi Schaff, who's now doing the Ask a Jew tour, where he's going to university campuses and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, no Orthodox rabbi would do that 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Rabbi Schaff would do it just to do it without the huge audience on YouTube.
Right. I mean, the internet's been around, let's call it 30 years. I know that's not, but for the sake of argument. But it does seem like there's an acceleration, an exponential curve of this kind of thing. I mean, I definitely was introduced to Catholicism through the internet in the late 90s. Apologetics works that I could get access to that didn't exist prior to the internet. I mean, they may have existed, but not the same way, accessibility and everything. It's just interesting that it at the same time, while this engagement seems to be growing, the anti-Semitism also is growing.
It is.
They're unrelated, probably, right? I mean, it's just.
I don't know how completely unrelated they are, but I remember when I was in college, there was a guy who used to stand at the main entrance to USC every day with a sign that said, "Psychology is tainted with lies and Judaism." Right?
Yeah.
And there were Nation of Islam people who would come on regularly to sell their newspaper, which was filled with such horrendous anti-Semitic things that, like, I don't think, like, even Candace Owens isn't that crazy, which is saying something, right?
Yeah.
And same thing with the LaRoucheites, right? And if you go back, did you hear of have you heard of the Million Man March?
I remember that, yeah.
So I remember I was a freshman in college when that happened. And we listened to some of the speeches on CNN, and like the anti-Semitism was through the roof, like absolutely vile stuff. And so, but like most people didn't have exposure to stuff like that, and it was, I think all kinds of things are being disseminated more quickly and better.
Yeah, for good or for bad, right?
Yeah.
Or like good and bad things. Everything's getting more things are being disseminated more quickly. So we're getting more of everything all the time, both the good and the bad. So now, whereas before maybe you didn't like the Jews because you didn't like the Jews, but you weren't really sure why. Now you've got a lot of like quotes you can pull out of the Talmud to be like, this is why we don't like the Jews, right? Because like who wouldn't like the Jews after reading this? And so that they now have more ammunition and talking points. Of course, that will just lead to, at least for the intellectually honest, that will, I think, lead to them being like, oh, I guess I just didn't know. And then if I don't know who actually is motivated to dislike Jews because of Talmudic quotes taken out of context versus those who are inclined to already these are proof texts and talking points, not actual
That's
debate
the
conversation,
thing.
Right?
Yeah. I don't think anybody's ever been like, hey, I like the Jews, and then looked at the Talmud and been like, now I hate the Jews.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we might. I think part of it is we see a lot of things that just were not visible before.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And frankly, I mean, if you're going to be a bit of a hopeful messianist, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are approaching, hopefully, a time when knowledge of God will cover the earth as the waters cover the seas, and there will be a separation of the sheep and goats, right? And so the people who hate the Jews, like, I'm sorry, I think to some extent some of them are exposing themselves as being goats, and they're going to regret it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is all exactly what you would expect to maybe happen. Or it's all in line with it's interesting, like, the internet is like the technology that's ushered in this era in a lot of ways. It's come with its drawbacks, of course. We talk about it on the regular. AI now is in the same kind of position in some ways. I don't remember the internet having the spiritual qualities in that conversation. Now, again, maybe it takes the internet to have that conversation about the next technology, right? So I don't know where it was happening, right? But who is saying like, the internet is, some kind of a antichrist, right? Like the AI question, right? I'm still just shocked at maybe it's just ignorance of how it works, that people entertain these theological, metaphysical musings about AI just because it slurps in the entire internet corpus of text and can predict and just predicts what the next word will be, and how that's somehow, and because it's so novel and amazing, and breakthrough
Well,
technology.
are you talking about people who actually have a theology and are fusing it with AI, or people who think of themselves as atheists and are now religiously getting involved in AI? Because those are two different phenomena.
I'm thinking more of the kind of TLC and TLC adjacent crowd that talks about AI and spirits and agency, like Vervaeke, PVK, Jonathan Pajot, those folks, right? There's that. What's the atheist to AI connection? Is that like that's their
That's now their religion. There are people who are seriously like
transhumanist accelerationist type people?
yeah, the effective altruist groups seem to be hoping that I think Elon Musk might fit into this a bit, right?
Do you think maybe that's where the clash is actually happening, where it's really these two worldviews colliding, and so that's what's spooking all the, call it, the Christian theology folks about AI?
I think that's part of it. I mean, we are experiencing as a society a real clash of cultures, a real um, a real moment of instability, and obviously people are going to get apocalyptic in a situation like that. That's just normal. Yeah, so I don't think it's somehow weird that uh, that people are using apocalyptic language to understand a time that is, I mean, that's what apocalypse means, right? It means revelation. And we are living, I think um, the closest uh, comparison is to what happened with the printing press. And
Yep.
the printing press happened right around the time of the Columbian Exchange, right? That society changed dramatically. And I think we are going through a similar change to that. And so it's not weird that people are being apocalyptic about it. We don't have, so this is
Okay. Here's what I think is weird. It's not the apocalyptic nature of it. It's the fact that it's assumed to be nefarious. Why isn't the default posture of like a new technology or something, call it scary because it's unknown, right?
yeah.
Terrifying or terrific, maybe is a better word. Like, why isn't it seen as a positive thing and something that is like on the good guy side? Why is everything always, I don't know, it's demonic? There's demonic forces behind this. It's it's always a, it seems like it's
So
always that kind of a posture.
let me see if I can find the correct image. So that's not a good image. There we go. Why does this old map have monsters where they don't know where what's there. That's our normal way of map making.
Okay. But for those who go across the sea and chart the map and the cartographers,
Yeah.
they replace those monster maps with real maps, and now we don't fear the monsters anymore, right?
Correct. But until it's charted territory, it's uncharted territory, which is dangerous. And it's natural and frankly good to have some degree of fear about the uncharted territory.
Yeah. Do you think it's the AI itself or the people who are creating it and the people who are either behind the technology or directing the technology that are the scary pieces?
No. I think it's the well. People will always try to throw the scary part as far back as they can, but um, if Elon Musk was just manufacturing hammers, I don't think people would be as worried about his private life and whether or not he's a good moral person as they are now. Because it's because AI can be scary. And frankly, I wish people were a bit more cautious about it. I don't think people really recognize how dangerous AI is. We have started seeing AI deaths from suicide caused by bad AI, even with things like ChatGPT. Because it's really hard to safeguard a long conversation between a mentally ill person and a an AI. Might even be impossible. Sartori says people are addicted to fear.
Definitely gets more interest and clicks. What else?
Well, supposedly Bible study time was going to start soon, and
Oh,
I was
yeah.
going to stop the stream, but David came on and said he's not doing Bible study. So I have to keep the stream going for another hour. We could do Bible study.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have this. It wouldn't be on brand because it might not be heretical. Just kidding.
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Good. David just said he wasn't feeling good, so he's canceled Bible study. So I figured I'd jump on here because that's not happening now. So
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, my plan was I was going to stop streaming, and he jumped on to say he wasn't, so I'll stream through Bible study. Just so the Bible study people have something to do. We could do some Bible study.
well, I mean, I also I was liking what the questions that Jonathan was asking because those are the questions that I keep asking.
Mhm.
Um, because I think that there is a I don't know how do I put it. Well, yeah. What did I say? Satan is a conservative influencer. Sometimes, I mean, he has a different message towards the conservatives regarding a lot of this like fear. Not that it's not all unfounded and all that stuff, but like the the failure to like imagine the potential redemption of these technologies, which I think the track record of technology, there's a pretty consistent pattern of like, yes, people abuse stuff and mess it up, and then they don't do that anymore. Like, so
Yeah, so ultimately I think I was listening to Pajot and Vervaeke talking with that guy Jonathan Levin, who's doing the experiments with the xenobots.
Oh, Michael Levin. Michael Levin.
Michael Levin.
Yeah.
And towards the end of that discussion, Levin, who apparently knows absolutely nothing about religion whatsoever, um, was was wondering if there's a religious desire to improve things, and because he didn't realize basically the entire idea of um, that improvement is possible is a Jewish idea that's spread out into the world. And Vervaeke kind of explained that. Um,
Yeah.
when you have confidence and not the nihilistic Calvinist confidence that God will take care of everything, therefore I should do nothing, but that the world will in fact progress towards the coming of the Messiah, and that's a good thing, then
Yeah.
you realize, okay, you know what? AI is not going to be the end of the world. I have to have faith that the world will in fact not end. And that's so it says in Psalms, Lahagid baboker chastecha ve'emunatcha baleilot, to proclaim in the morning your loving kindness and your faith at night. And so, what does it mean, faith at night, as opposed to loving kindness during the day? It's faith at night because you have no real reason to believe that the sun is going to come up in the morning. That's why the Aztecs were like murdering so many people, was they were doing human sacrifices so that the sun would come up the next day.
You know what's really interesting about that? They had good reason. So I don't know if Immanuel Velikovsky, this kind of like called a pseudoscientist, but like got blackballed from the scientific community. He started like digging into like what was the truth that these cultures are preserving, and he reasoned if there was a time when the sun stood still in over the land of Israel in Joshua, then something then on the other side of the world there must have been a period of extended darkness, and then he went and looked, and there's like a record from the Americans of a day where it was like the sun never came up basically, and all the people freaked out. So
Okay, but
that just was an interesting.
yeah, it's an interesting idea. I don't know, but back to the thing. It's like, yeah, once you believe that there's a creator who runs the world, it's completely different.
Yeah, and what you think his nature is. I think that's like a lot of conservative, like especially conservative Christians, tend to think of God as an angry dad, and they're afraid of like being punished or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And like you can't avoid making mistakes, but if that like so, I don't know. That's just the thing. So it's like it's the attitude of trying to do as little bad as possible instead of as much good as possible.
Look, the Marcionite concept of the Old Testament God is truly horrible. And I always imagined that the only reason Christians believed in that was because I thought they were Gnostics, and they thought, oh, Jesus came and saved us from that demiurge. And then I found out, no, there are people who actually believe that God the Father is the Marcionite Old Testament God, and that's the God they worship. And that's the most horrific thing I have ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
I mean, like most of the evangelicals are like, Jesus saved us from God. That's the most popular narrative for evangelicals, ain't it? Whatever, God has infinite wrath and Jesus fills that infinite wrath, or something like that.
Penal
I mean,
substitutionary atonement, yeah.
well, I mean,
Yeah.
there's an element of like everybody does bad stuff, and some people do really bad stuff. And if the people that are more righteous than you are praying to God for justice, like that's probably not good for you. Like, so, I mean, it's not it's not the like weak universalist God either. But
Yeah, doing bad stuff is bad, and you should not do it.
true.
At the same time, like, if one of your daughters, let's say, God forbid,
Oh,
and it's
your went
complete,
all. I could. Your microphone went all weird for a minute.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Let's say, God forbid, one of your daughters was like burnt down the house, which
Yep.
is really bad, and I'm sure
Yep.
you would not be happy with. You're not going to kill her,
Nope.
you know? And that's the type of concept that I don't think I think a lot of Christians really don't think of God as their own father,
Yeah.
which is really dumb.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's sort of hard. I mean, because that's part of the autism thing and taking everything literally. So I do think about that. And then when I became a father, I was like, oh wow, like fatherhood is, I understood it more. And then I was like, it revealed even more like the mercy and goodness of God in the stuff, because it's like he acts in very minimal ways, but then you can clearly see like what he's doing is when he intervenes, like in human affairs, it's preventing a worse outcome and it's a loving correction. So yeah, I don't think he's a big bad guy at all.
Okay. Are we going to do actual Bible study, or were there things people wanted to talk about?
Let's do Jonah. Give us the whatever rabbinic stuff on Jonah.
Jonah?
Yeah, Jonah's where it's at.
Okay. We will do Jonah. Rabbinic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's 4 chapters.
Is there a Mishnah? Is there a Midrash on Jonah? I don't know if there is.
Cool if there was.
let me ask Grok if there's a midrash on. Is there a midrash on Jonah? Yes, I don't know my midrashim that well.
Me neither.
Um. Midrash Yonah. Where? So there's an actual Midrash Yonah. Let me see if there's. It might not be on here. Midrash. Nope. If there is a collection of midrash on Yonah, then it's not on whatchamacallit. Yeah, there are midrashim on Jonah, but there's no actual midrash Yonah on Safari, at least. Okay, so we're going to have to go back to Jonah itself. Okay, Jonah. Who's a good midrashic commentary? Let's see which commentaries are available. Nechama Leibowitz, Tsena Urena. That might be interesting. And it's been translated to English. Amukei Yonah. Oh yeah, I had heard of that. But I don't know. Okay, let's do Depths of Jonah. Okay. A book like no other. Radak's stunning questions. The question itself is shocking. Radak, a premier commentator, asks why the Tanakh would bother to include a nevuah, prophecy, directed to the population of Nineveh, all of whom were not Jewish. The question presumes that the Tanakh collects and records God's communications only as they pertain to the Jewish people. Indeed, Radak notes Yonah is the only book in Tanakh in which Jews play no role. Well, other than Yonah himself, right? Yeah, Job actually might be a better candidate, I would say. But according to Radak as Rambam, they don't believe Job was an actual person. Okay. Radak's 3 answers. So his answers are Nineveh provides an especially good role model since the people repented the first time they heard rebuke. Another reason is to record the great miracles. And finally, that God accepts repentance. Sorry, but the rabbinic stuff on here doesn't seem that interesting. Do we want to just read Jonah?
Sure, I'm down.
You're down.
I gotta ask.
Yes.
There's one question. You know, there's the whole like Moses bit. You gotta choose life. There's these blessings and there's these curses.
No.
Jonah, he's like, hey, toss me over.
Yeah.
You know? What was Jonah doing there? Was he just like, hey, like it's already over for me, you know, might as well like make it quicker? Or was he like, this is God's punishment for me and I should just accept it? Or what was going on there?
Good question. So he answered, heave me overboard, and the sea will come down for you, for I know that this terrible storm came upon you on my account. Let's see what the commentaries have to say. Ibn Ezra. He desired to die. Velo tashuv Nineveh l'sham velo haya omer lahem kacha l'shama mipehem ki yeshlichuhu. I am not exactly sure what he's saying, and he doesn't seem to be answering your question. Malbim, my favorite. Rotzel Omar, that is to say, Ein ani rotzel shuv, I do not want to return, velo l'lachat l'Nineveh, and nor to go to Nineveh. Ve'im ken ein hasar kedei lahashiveni la'artzi o l'Nineveh, and the wind is not, or the storm is not to return me either to my own land or to Nineveh. Ki asar bal anosh oti al ha'avar al shomer mariti et pi Hashem. The storm is here to punish me. So he thought that he was going to die anyway, according to this. And so, v'zeh yodea ani bebirur she'ein hasar משכם לאנוש אתכם למה שאתם מוליכים אותי לתרשיש, כי אין זה מכוונת השם, רק בשלי הסער מגדול הזה עליכם לאנוש אותי. So according to the Malbim, the reason is I guess the Malbim's explanation is that Jonah believed that God no longer wanted him to go to Nineveh. I guess he thought it was going to, like, God was going to kill him. And that's why. Let's see what the Radak has to say. Radak. But Avri Klomar Bechet Asher Li. That's not saying much. Let's see what the Midrash had to say. Midrash. Rabbi Yochanan said, Jonah went on that voyage only to cast himself into the sea, as it is written, Jonah 1:12, and he said to them, lift me up and cast me into the sea. All this do you find with Moses and the other prophets, that they gave their lives for Israel. What is written of Moses, Exodus 32:32, and now if you forgive their sin, and if not, blot me out of your book, which you have written. If thus you do with me, kill me, if I have found favor in your eyes, and let me not look upon this my evil. What is written of David, 2 Samuel, behold, I have sinned, and I have been corrupt, but these sheep, what have they done? Let your hand be in me, and in the place of the house of my father. in all places you find that Moses and the other prophets gave their lives for Israel. Midrash Tanchuma. This is on Vayikra 8:1. Vayikra is Exodus, I believe so. And why does it say no? It's Vayikra has to be either Numbers or Leviticus. I forget which one's which. And why does it say and he called? Rather, it is because it stated above, and Moses could not come to the tent of meeting when the divine presence rested upon the tent of meeting. And he could not come since the cloud of glory was resting upon it. Hence the Holy One, blessed be he, called him, saying, what is saying? I am going to have to read this in Hebrew because ולא יכול לבוא, לפי ששכן עליו הענן, קרא הקדוש ברוך הוא מועד לאמור. Mahu לאמור? Why does it say לאמור? Saying, לאמור לבני Israel, saying to the children of Israel. A person who brings a sacrifice. Why does it say a person and it doesn't say a man? ירצה לומר, כי יחטא האדם כמו אדם הראשון שהתחיל לחטוא, because it's reminding us of Adam in Genesis, who's the first one to sin. Yakriv korban, he should bring a sacrifice. Lama ne'amar min habehema, why does it say he should bring an animal sacrifice? K'she'amar min habakar u min hatzon. It already said it should be of cattle or sheep. Ela yirtze lomar l'havdilan min habehema. שלא ירד נפשו לשאול תחתית כמו הבהמה שיורדת נפשה למטה לארץ. Interesting. I guess animal souls can go further down than human souls, and it's telling him to distinguish himself from the animals. כמו שנאמר, מי יודע נפש האדם העולה He lamala v'nefesh behema hayeredet he lamata. This is from Ecclesiastes 3:21. Says, who knows whether the soul of man goes up and the soul of animals goes down. Chen ein adam yodea. Similarly, a person doesn't know. Ela kamo she'amar hakatuv mi yodea yeshuv v'nicham ha'elokim. This is from Joel 2:14. A person who knows should turn towards God, and God will have be appeased. V'zeh mi yodea shehu choteh. Somebody, and this is what it means, is if a person knows that he is a sinner, yeshuv el ha'elokim, should turn back towards God, ve'chaper lo al kol avonotav, and God will atone for all of his sins. Ma hu v'nicham. So what does it mean when it says shall relent or have mercy? Ela v'yinachem al hara'ah shediber la'asot lo. It means that God would change his mind regarding the evil that he said he would do to him. Chen hu omer mi hu sheyodea v'yavin v'yesh lo da'at ubina yavin v'yeda ki nefesh ha'adam ola hi lamala lamakom shenigzara misham. That the soul of man goes up to the place where it came from. V'ruach ha'behema yoredet hi lamata la'aretz. But the soul of animals goes down to the earth. Sheken amar Shlomo hamelech alav hashalom v'ruach tashuv el halokim asher netana. Similarly, it says in Ecclesiastes that the spirit will return to God who gave it. Ve'ezeh ruach shetashuv el ha'elokim asher natana elu ruchot hatzadikim v'hasidim u'ba'alei teshuvah. These are the souls of the righteous and the pious and the repentant. She'omdim lafanav b'mala gadola, who stand at the great heights. V'hu ha'chayim she'ein ima mavet, and that is the life which has no death with it. V'atova she'ein ima ra'ah, and the goodness that has no evil with it. Hu shekatuv b'Torah laman yitav lach, like it says in Deuteronomy 22, so that it shall be good for you le'olam, forever. Mipi hashmua lamadnu, and we have a tradition lama'an yitav le'olam shekulat tov, so that it should be good for the world that is completely good. V'arachta yamim, and you shall have long days le'olam shekulat aruch, to the world which is all that is long, uskar hatzadikim hu, and this is the wages of the righteous. Shizku v'yichyu l'tova, that they should have all that is good. Asher ha'ish shezacha l'tova l'oneg, fortunate is the man who merits it. Hamakom yizakenu lehit'aneg ba'im hatzadikim. May God give us the merit to enjoy it with the righteous. Kvar hodiyanu hachamim harishonim shetovot chaye olam haba ein koach ba'adam l'darsha l'amra. The world to come is so great that a person can't say, ve'en yodea gadla, can't understand it, and nor to see it. V'chen Amar hakatuv ayin lo ra'ata, just like it says in Isaiah, no eye has seen it. Ayin zalatacha elokim zeshkar oto chamim olam haba lo mipnei she'ena matzui ata. And this world to come, it's not because it doesn't exist right now. Ahavalanu shayom ba'olam hazeh yesh lavo. But for us who are now in this world, we have to wait for it. How does this have to do with Jonah? This is a very long midrash, and I don't see Jonah anywhere. There's Jonah. Okay. Amru Rabbeinu Zichronom V'Racha. Our rabbi said, excuse me. Thank you. Kol damut shebara Kadosh Baruch Hu beyavasha bara beyam bedagim. That similar to everything which God created in the world, in the dry land, He created similarly in the oceans, in the literally fish, but the living creatures there. Rabbi Tarfon Omer, Rabbi Tarfon says, Memuneh haya hadag misheshet yemei bereshit libloa et yonah. It was already during the 6 days of creation that God set apart the fish which was going to swallow Jonah. Shneimar v'yaman Hashem dag gadol. Like it says, God, Yaman literally means to count or to provide. B'yom chamishi barach Yonah mipnei Elokav. Jonah ran from God on Thursday. V'lama barach, and why did he run away? Ela shepa'am rishona shalcho lashiv et gavul Israel va'amdu devarav shneimar hu hashiv et gavul Israel. The first time God sent him to cause the boundaries of Israel to return, like it says, I'm not sure what this Melachim Bet maybe in Second Kings. Pam Shnia Shlachol Yerushalayim. Second time, God sent him to Jerusalem, lahachriva, to destroy it. V'asakadosh baruch hu barov rachamav v'nicham al hara'av v'lo charba. But God, in His great mercy, decided not to destroy it. V'hayu korin oto nevi hasheker, and therefore they called him a false prophet. Pam shlishit shacho el Nineveh. Third time, God sent him to Nineveh to destroy it. Dan Yonah din beino levein atzmo. He thought to himself, Amar Yonah, ani yodea she'agoyim krovei teshuvahem. I know that Gentiles are people who are close to repentance. Achshav im elecha b'shlichuto. If now I go in God's agency, miyad yasu teshuvah, they would immediately repent. V'akadosh baruch hu erech apayim, and God is very forgiving. V'rav chesed, and very loving. V'et sheyasu teshuvah miyad yarachem. And the minute that they repent, God will immediately have mercy upon them. V'iksof hakadosh baruch hu al Israel kamo she'asa b'yamei Sanherib. God will be angry at Israel like He was during the days of Sanherib. Shaba Rav Shakeh charef Elokim chayim. I don't know who Rav Shakeh was. Amarti ach davar sfatayim etza gevura lemilchama. Again, I think this is from 2 Kings, chapter 18. V'chi tomorrow Eli Hashem Elokeinu v'achnu halo hu asher hasir Chizkiyahu et bamotav ve'et mizbechotav. Yeah, it's referring to 2 Kings 18, which I'm guessing David went through, but I didn't. And it's talking about Chizkiyahu. We would have to go look up 2 Kings 18 and 19 for me to be able to understand what's going on here.
Well, I think the first midrash on whatever talking about Moses, if you're gonna destroy them, you might as well destroy me too. That was interesting. Seems to have a I always thought of that thing as like when Abraham is what if there's 20 righteous people? What if there's 10 righteous people? Like kind of like a rhetorical question with God. I always thought Moses was doing like a rhetorical, hey, like why not kill me too and start over from there. But that midrash seemed to take it more. Moses is speaking more forcefully there, like.
You weren't here when Sam Tiedemann was on earlier, and we started talking about Jonah.
Okay.
And he did the Christian thing, because I said Jonah, they repented and there's no sacrifice. And he's like, yes, there's a sacrifice. What are you talking about? He's like, Jonah told them to kill him. And I'm like, oh my God, Christian Christotypal, like, I was like, oh my God. Yeah. But what I also said was, yes, in fact, I pretty much said the same thing as this midrash, which is that the role of Israel and frankly the prophets, like Isaiah 53, is a real thing that we believe applied to Moses and applied to all the prophets and applies to Israel in general, which is that you have to have this idea of mesirut nefesh, of self-sacrifice, in order for the world to become what the world needs to become, right? And whereas Christians apply it uniquely to Jesus and Jesus alone, we apply it to the entirety of Israel. So that aspect, yeah, it's not strange. Michael has something to say.
Well, I mean, to say it's something is applied uniquely to Jesus alone. I mean, I don't know. I kind of see. I mean, as I've often thought of like sort of the events of the 20th century with Israel and all that, and almost as like when we maybe imagine interpretation of scripture a certain way, and I think I even see this in like the way that there's many denominations of Christianity, and many times somebody will speak out in opposition because of corruption, and when you do that, you want to say you're especially speaking against the corruption of a certain interpretation of the text, that God works to fulfill those other expectations that arise out of that difference of opinion. So like whether it was always or originally understood that way, as I think Jews began to understand their role that way, especially in opposition to Christianity, God seems to have fulfilled that interpretation in a way that's pretty visible in history.
Okay, so this is my main thing to Christians. How do you believe Isaiah 53 was comprehensible to Jews before Jesus? Right? Like, let's go 100 years.
I don't
before.
think that's an important question anymore.
I think it's an incredibly important question, because you cannot say that the plain meaning of scripture is something that was completely incomprehensible to.
No, not completely incomprehensible, but
You droided.
Oh, sorry. Not completely. Okay, so because this is like my problem with every fan of Michael Heiser, because he's like, the text can't mean he says it can't mean something that it didn't mean to the original people. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, because they were always getting these prophecies, and then they did the obvious, like, most wrong thing right after. So like, I mean, yeah, I don't think anybody understands it fully. So yes, I'm sure in some plain sense. I mean, but that's like there's much suffering between the time of Isaiah and there was suffering all along that it could have applied, right? I mean, so
Right, but there is a simple, like, first pass understanding of the book of Isaiah, which is comprehensible. Like, that's not, I would never say that there's only one way to read any particular, because obviously we believe Shivim Panim La Torah, there are 70 faces to the Torah, etc., etc. And sure, you can have other meanings. And frankly, I'm guessing Heiser's whole belief that there shouldn't be more than one meaning is a Protestant reaction to Jewish, like, multiple interpretations.
no, yeah,
But
it's his, yeah.
at the same time,
doesn't.
there has to be a meaning, which is the plain meaning of the text, which was comprehensible at the moment that Isaiah was actually prophesying to people. That has to be the primary reading of the text.
Yeah, but if it's like a pattern that's fulfilled, it doesn't. I mean, yeah, it does have all those like. I don't know if I say it's the initial understanding or meaning. I don't know if it's always the primary one, or I don't know. I mean, the primary thing is that in the end of all, it'll be understood fully in all the ways that it makes sense.
Okay, so let's go to the primary place where this gets sticky, and Michael, what's the name of that Jewish guy? Michael Brown, right?
Yeah.
And yes, very unfortunate news about him, but that's beside the point. He says, so Isaiah 7, you have, and the young woman or virgin, as Christians like to translate it, but really it's young woman, shall give birth, right? And the question becomes, okay, if this is about Jesus, what was Isaiah talking about? To Hezekiah, I believe it was, right? Like, he's talking about an actual woman who's going to give birth and a child who's going to do things within, like, that's a sign at that time, right?
Yeah.
So if you're going to tell me that Isaiah there says virgin, right, then the child that was born during the time of Isaiah must have also been born of a virgin, which doesn't work very well for Christian theology.
No, I don't think it does have to mean. I don't think it has to only mean virgin. I know, because that's like the thing of how it comes in the Greek translation. Because I think okay, because this is my theory and opinion with this stuff. In that God orchestrates Babel, and we have this diversification of language, and I think this because it's a pattern that keeps happening, and like what you were talking about earlier with the dawning of the internet is that it's happening again, is that the truth expands in these ways, like when they have to make when you have to make a decision in translating something, and you can't um, you can't put the full meaning of the whole like thing in it. You have to reduce it to a more particular. It's not excluding the other more general thing. So it can be both and.
It can be both and, but what it can't be is it's only about Jesus, and there wasn't a woman who actually gave birth at the time of Isaiah.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Okay. And as long as you understand that and are able to understand that, but what
I mean,
and
I respect the Jewish, uh, your liberty to disagree with everything Christians say and argue with us and tell us that we're not following the example of our Messiah when we get angry and act mean. So
I don't see the connection.
I'm just saying, like, I disagree with the Christian the the thing where the Christians tell Jews, like, you just don't understand it right and you're like spiritually blind and all this stuff. Like, it's if you are demanding a higher level of evidence and I think
But it's
I totally
beyond that.
respect that.
But it's
Yeah.
beyond that. Not all, obviously, but there are Protestants who will say that if the Bible verses can have multiple meanings, that's in a sense destroying the 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 Bible's meaning at all.
Yeah, that's
And people do
modernism.
say that.
Yeah, that's modernism. I mean, it's fundamentalism. I just put
It
out
is fundamentalism.
my fifth generational warfare thing. I think that God said this stuff then, knowing that there was going to be an internet someday. Like, like he's figured in everything in advance, and he spoke the words that he did in time and space accordingly. So,
Yeah. But that's very different from how fundamentalist Christians understand things.
sure.
I'm gonna bring up a related opinion. Jesus has this whole bit where he says the law is like a parable, and it's got a literal meaning and there's a spiritual meaning.
What are
and
you talking about? Like,
yeah,
give
the
me
law is like a
cite
parable.
me verses.
Whatever, Matthew 7, the incident with the unwashed hands.
Matthew 7.
You mean the letter of the law and the spirit of the law? That's what you're talking about.
No, it should be the incident with the unwashed hands.
Okay,
but that's what he. Okay.
The ESV is around here somewhere. Matthew 7. Let's interrupt our Bible study with non-biblical text.
Okay.
Where do you see?
Mark 7.
Mark 7, not Matthew.
Mark 7. I think it's Matthew 15, but either one works.
Mark 7. What defiles a person?
Yeah.
And he called the people to him again and said to them, hear me, all of you, and understand. There's nothing outside a person that by going into him can defile him. But the thing that comes out of a person are what defile him. There's a footnote. Some manuscripts add verse 16. If anyone has ears to hear.
That's the important part. Why? Because that's what he says after parables. Right? Right.
What do I know?
That's what he says after parables.
Michael, you're the Christian.
That what he says, let him who has ears to hear.
Let him
that
hear.
Part?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that's-
apparently this is only in some manuscripts.
It's only in the good manuscripts.
He says it other places too. I mean, but well, yeah. I mean, that is the thing. He communicates in a way that the message gets that the correct meaning of the message gets through to the people that it's meant to, and then it's confusing to the people for whom it's not, or if they try to manipulate it or straw man, they stand convicted because of what they do with it. I mean, I think that's kind of the true way of all scripture.
Yeah. Anyhow,
If you hear it, you're responsible for it.
And if you don't hear it, you're not responsible for it?
Kind of, right? I mean, isn't that what the thing with Jonah is and the Ninevites?
Well, I mean, I certainly think, yes, if somebody doesn't, this is the question of what's called invincible ignorance by the Catholics. What's so funny?
invincible ignorance. Sorry.
Yeah. So
it's by which they incorrectly get to the logic of you shouldn't share your faith with somebody because then they'll go to hell.
Yeah. So if somebody has invincible ignorance, right? So they live on Sentinel Island. I think is the place where they've killed everyone who's approached, and so nobody's ever preached the gospel to them, right? Those people are not going to hell, but I am, because I can't claim to be ignorant. I've rejected Jesus. Same thing by Sam Titteman. Sam Titteman is definitely going to hell, but
there's probably we don't know what happened there, but there was probably one guy that stood up one time and said maybe we shouldn't kill everybody who tries to come to our island, and they beat that guy to death, and then the people that were really felt great about that decision, they're going to hell, and the ones that were I think that was wrong, they're going to heaven, so it's there is no, I don't know, I mean that's the thing of the truth is evident in creation and all this stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't think a lot of fundamentalists would agree with that.
Okay, I mean,
going back to Jonah.
I'm here to. Here's the thing: fundamentalists, they all believe lots of stupid stuff, but some of them are really great people that love people well, and that's and some of them are really bad. So.
Yeah. Going back to Jonah. So why does God take the whole hey, why not me question so seriously,
What do you mean the why not me question?
Moses, he's hey, if you're destroying these Israelites, why not me? And God, according to the Midrash, that changes God's mind,
Well, I mean, so a large part of this is the idea that God wants us to display kindness to each other, and that is the point, right? God wants us to know that we should care about each other and demonstrate that. Right? So when Moses says, erase me from your book, right? He is, in fact, if you did, well, you're probably not going to, but instead of Talmud a few weeks ago, sorry, I'm finding what I titled that stream. Donnie and I did, I think I called it Rashi Sicha. Is that what I called it? I'm trying to find what I called that stream. Yeah, Rashi Sicha 1 month ago. Deuteronomy 34:12. Um, that's the topic of that particular stream. Is it like it shows that Moses' whole life is summarized as a demonstration of God's love for his people. And that's why Moses lived how he did.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to think of it as God picked Moses because Moses is the one that's going to say that when he's given the opportunity to start fresh. I mean, I think it's kind of the same thing with Abraham offering Isaac.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, what the first time I heard somebody say Moses was a murderer, I was like, what are you saying? Like I had never even like I had never even heard anyone say anything like that. Because Moses killing the Egyptian, as I had always understood it, and I still understand it, it was an act of love and um, self sacrifice. Like he didn't need to get involved, but he did in order to protect the weak and oppressed, right? And
Yeah,
that's what shows us that he would be the faithful shepherd, right? Is that he was willing to give up everything for the sheep.
yeah.
And so when
Well,
somebody was
yeah.
like, yeah, Moses was a murderer, I was like, oh my God, what are you saying?
Well, and is that coming from a tradition that conflates all killing to murder too? Like,
I honestly don't know, but I I did look it up, and there was a translation, a Christian translation, I forget which one, which had a heading for that part. Moses commits murder. I was like, go away.
but it's too, like, it's that term, like what it would be technically describes manslaughter too, right? It's like, isn't there a different term?
Murder? I mean, it wasn't manslaughter. It was justifiable homicide. Like, yeah. Kalana says Moshe is the embodiment of Am Kasher Oref, which means a people with a stiff neck. But for the Jewish people, he held on to them stubbornly. I mean, so there's a word, hereg in Hebrew, which means to kill, and there's a word retzach, which means to murder. And in the Ten Commandments, it's lo tirtzach, you shall not murder. It's not lo taharog, you shall not kill.
Right.
And
But isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, because I saw it, and it's with Cain and Abel, and with Moses. With Cain, it's the same thing where it says attacked and killed. Which, like, I mean, it's, it seemed to imply potentially killing, as a consequence of the attack, or whatever. It's not.
Mm. I'm just looking up. Yeah, it says, and he arose and killed him. Yeah, it's Hereg. The word is Hereg there, which is to kill, not to murder. Although obviously Cain was murdering his brother.
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it is obvious. I mean, the way that we say of murder, like when somebody plans to murder someone, it seems like it could be that he attacked him and it resulted in his death, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the death was as intentional as the attacking was. Which I think is the same. I think it's the same term for Moses. Sometimes people don't. People start a fight and they don't know how it's going to end.
I'm not sure how to feel about that. Yeah, I was always ויקום כאב אל אחיו כאחיו כאחים בלי רעות. Oh, apparently the Vilna Gaon agrees with you.
Well, I mean, my thought is that God doesn't just God chooses Abel. He chooses him for something, and if you think it's just a thing that he chooses just to make his brother jealous, like that's pretty manipulative. My thought is that he chooses Abel because when Abel's attacked, he's willing to not resist. He's willing to not fight back, and that's why he's killed.
I don't know where you got that from, that he didn't.
That's just
that.
From parts of the Christian Bible and just trying to put Jesus in all the texts.
Apparently.
But I mean, what does he choose Abel for? And was his choice of Abel, was it squandered by Cain?
Yeah, I'm just trying to read these commentaries and see if they agree with you or not. And they seem to actually agree with you, which is very different from how I understood it.
Well, we learn something new every day.
You hope you do. I hope I do. Yeah, so it appears that Al-Sheikh understands kind of similarly that like Cain just got just went from sin to worse sin to worse sin. So yeah, that makes sense with your understanding. Good job.
All right. Oh, I think I also got some of that from Ari Lamb on X. You probably follow him, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Ari Lamb. That's good stuff. His father was a very, very prominent rabbi. Grandfather, Rabbi Norman Lamb, was leader of modern Orthodoxy for a long time. Okay, gentlemen. We are We have gone 4 hours. We've done a tiny bit of Bible study. Michael has taught me to read the story of Cain and Abel more carefully. Last words? Andrew, you go first.
Thanks for the midrash on Jonah. That was probably the best explanation of that bit of Jonah that I've heard so far.
Very nice. Michael.
Well, so I will say I have been studying some of that passage in the context of Charlie Kirk and why I think that those seeking the execution of his assassin are not. I don't think that that is the right thing to do. I mean, yeah.
That's interesting because
of
yeah,
Cain and Abel.
that's interesting because I've been actually thinking about that as well, and it seems to me this is a young man with no prior. I mean, I have a hard time saying he deserves to be executed.
Well, and if you think about it, it's like what God does to Cain. He takes away his ability to feed himself, and he protects him. It's like a life imprisonment, you know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that seems to me like that would be the more just, especially like in regards to Erica Kirk saying that she forgives him. Like I've seen a lot of Christians be like, "Yeah, you can forgive him," but then it's like, "But you still got to execute him," and I'm like, how is anybody supposed to understand like the concept of like spiritual forgiveness if they don't understand the thing of like you do deserve to die, but you are not going to die? Like it has to actually have real life meaning. Like so.
Well, I mean, ultimately, I think it wasn't up to Erica Kirk to forgive or not forgive. I mean, her part of it, sure, but ultimately,
no, I agree. I mean, I know, but I'm just thinking like of a jury or whoever is, going to make that decision.
I'm sure she'll testify against. I'm guessing she'll, if they do seek the death penalty, which they said they will.
Yeah.
I'm guessing she'll testify against it. But
well, and it's like even to say, well, what because like Charlie Kirk thought it was a good idea and stuff, and it's like, okay, the guy in Charlotte that was released from jail 14 times,
mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe him, and the judges that keep letting him out too.
Although that guy, I mean, the judges more than, I mean, obviously he was a deeply disturbed man that anybody should have known.
Yeah.
Okay, I used to finish all my videos with Zephaniah 3:9. Ki az epoch el hamim safa bera likro kulam b'shem Hashem b'shem achad, if I remember the verse correctly, which translates to, and thus I will turn over upon the people a pure language so that they may all call upon the name of the Lord in with one shoulder is literally the term there. And that would be nice. We are in the middle of the Festival of Booths when we are commanded to be happy, and we, during the time of the temple, actually during the Festival of Booths, 70 bulls were brought on the altar, which the rabbis said were for the 70 nations. So, yeah, it should be a good time. Hopefully, we hear good news and we all learn Hebrew well enough to study the Bible. Bye, people. I'm going to use host's prerogative to put the Reverend Parcells to bed because he does need to get up in the morning.
Sorry,
You are
Reverend. Thank
correct.
you.
But before he goes, I have a question. Let's say, God forbid, that I were to burn somebody at the stake for not being a Trinitarian. And I did not repent of that. Is that a salvation issue?
Sometimes Jacob takes that devil's advocate thing too
Isn't there
far.
a proverb that says something like "Don't answer a fool according to his folly"?
But there's a proverb that says answer a fool according to his folly.
There is.
Exactly right. And I'm going to leave it to you guys to determine, which of those was applicable in this situation as I go. So, but anyhow, good.
Thank you, Reverend.
Good to
Thank
chat
you.
with you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
The